for DNA data, it would be a state actor. But on the other hand, there are a tremendous number of buyers. Everybody who's a villain is in the market to buy genealogical or biographical data.
And why is that? Like, why does somebody want to know that I am 23%, Greek?
So they don't necessarily want to know that you're 20% Greek. What they want to do is they want to utilize that data to set up an attack on your loved ones. And unfortunately, we can say with a near 100% certainty, there is some grandma getting a phone call right now, and it'll sound something like this. Hi, Grandma Jeannie. I'm Dr. So-and-so. Do you have a daughter named Danielle who's 5'2" with brown hair and weighs 115 pounds? Grandma will say yes, and then this pretend doctor will say, well, I need your credit card information right now because she's heading into surgery. She's had an accident, and we need to have a credit card on file to perform that surgery. Attacks like that are based on having this type of peripheral data. And unfortunately, this hack is going to be prolific in the effects that it has, not just now, but over the next several years on vulnerable people who succumb to that type of attack.
That's really interesting. So it's almost like it's used to fill out the data that you might need. It's used to add on almost to a future attack.
That's exactly right. So if somebody calls you and they already have all of your biographical data and they have the biographical data of all your relatives, and by the way, that's exactly what they've captured because this site enables users to travel laterally across people's genealogies, across their families to collect that data. And so it has given the bad guys a map on how to just attack people. And by the way, these attacks don't just happen once. Once they figure out that your grandma's vulnerable, she will be attacked relentlessly, basically till the end of time, and until she stops picking up the phone.
John, this all started in October, right? A couple months ago. The hackers clearly thought there was value to DNA profiles or 23andMe profiles, I should say, from people who were Jewish of Ashkenazi descent, so European Jews, and Chinese people, right? They specifically went after that particular data?
That is the report. It is unclear as to why they would do that. Obviously, given world events, there are some really horrifying reasons that people might have chosen to do that. I think what's more likely is that the hackers themselves had some biases on who they were going to choose to attack, and 99% chance that this was purely driven, not on ideological basis, but on biases around wealth.
Is somebody, I think, told Wired back after this happened in October that description, the Jewish Ashkenazi descent and Chinese descent, that represented sort of the underbelly of the internet, I think were his words. Is that what you're saying, that there's some biases that people who live in this hacker world have?
Absolutely. I mean, there are bad guys out there, and unsurprisingly, if you're a villain in one part of your life, the type of life that would drive you to hack somebody, you probably also have villainous beliefs as it relates to other people. You might be a bigoted person. Those things are absolutely connected. So it's unfortunate, but not surprising to me that they would have done something like that.
Let's talk about the how. 23andMe said, hey, we weren't breached. Our networks weren't breached. Hackers stole this much data by guessing our clients' passwords. What is that? How did that happen? What does that mean?
Well, I think there's two separate matters when it comes to this question. And then the first one has to do with the liability of the company, which I have to say, without a full audit, it's impossible to give a 100% answer here, but this looks very bad. In terms of the actual technicals, essentially what they did is they went online and they purchased other exposed data, so passwords and names from other websites that you can buy on the dark web. And then they just went to 23andMe and kept trying those names and passwords until they worked. There are some obvious defenses, by the way, that 23andMe knew about that could have protected against this. They did not have those universally implemented. And that allowed individuals, the bad guys, to get into the network and to just move across the network. It looks like at least 5 million people have been affected, perhaps a greater number.
So wait, just to clarify, you're saying some hackers go on the dark web, they buy this data, they buy this broad data that shows our usernames and passwords for other sites or usernames and passwords that are associated with us. And then they use those passwords and usernames and apply it to 23andMe to see if, like, I'm just reusing the same password over and over again on multiple different sites.
Absolutely. That is exactly how this works. And that's why once you've been victimized once, the bad guys tend to come back and back and back. I mean, these are bad people and they are relentless.
Okay. Um, and I don't know if this is, I also found this confusing, but 23andMe said the hackers access the personal data of less than 1% of their users, 14,000 people, but somehow through that managed to access the personal data of 5.5 million people who opted into their DNA relatives feature and 1.4 million people who had their family tree profile information accessed. How do you go from, well, 14,000 people had their data accessed to 6.9 million people in total having their personal information accessed?
Well, that's a great question, and this is how the bad guys think, right? So they just need a window in, and in this case, the window in was those passwords and usernames. But once they were in, they were able to use the features of the 23andMe system. Which, think about it, it's like Facebook, right? You have all these friends, these connections. Now, in this case, these connections were based on genealogy and DNA relatives, right? So they were able to move across the network using connections built into the system to gather data about all of the individuals who were related or had shared information with other individuals on the site. And that's what makes this particular attack so dangerous, because once I get information on the first person, I can then use that to target the next person, because I can have this biological or biographical data. So when I call you pretending that I'm a doctor or a police officer or an IRS agent and I need money, I'm not calling because I want the money from you. Wink, wink. I'm calling it because your relative needs help. And how else would I have all this information on your relative? Well, basically 23andMe, through their use case, just handed that over to these guys.
Okay, so finally, John, if they're saying, if 23andMe says, or any company says, look, we weren't breached, this is really on you. You need to change your password or whatever. Is that sufficient, or does a company like 23andMe need to actually do something? Like, for example, when I log in to access my medical data, I have that two-factor authentication thing where I not only enter a password, but then they send my phone a text message with a code, and I have to enter in that code on top of entering my password. Does 23andMe need to commit to doing that or something else? Is part of this on them?
So I have to say, in cybersecurity, everybody's vulnerable. Me, you, your company, every company, federal government, everybody. You have to take reasonable actions that marry the threat you face. So on a personal level, right, you have strong passwords, you change them regularly, you have antivirus software. If your company sells Cracker Jacks, right, you got to have some security, but not that much. This company is a medical data company. They have the utmost responsibility. And frankly, if you look at their filings, and I have taken the time to look at their filings to the previous SEC reports, they state more than 50 times that security is a major issue. And they explicitly outlined how important it is to keep data safe, how many regulations, more than a dozen, that they're subject to, and how negative the impact would be on their company if they were breached. So they knew well in advance that this was a big issue. And in 2019, they implemented the tooling that could have prevented this, but they didn't force their users to do it. And I don't know if that's for financial reasons or convenience reasons. They didn't do it. Let me just say this. The former CISO, Chief Information Security Officer of SolarWinds, that had a major breach in 2020, he is currently under SEC investigation. If I was the chief security officer of 23andMe, if I was David Baker, or if I was the CAO there, Kathy Hibbs, I would be hiring some serious legal support right now, because this really requires some investigation, and there is definitely some liability here. Where that rests, you need an investigation to know. But I have to say that, again, tie goes to the runner in cybersecurity. If it comes out they were implementing these things, then you have to let them slide. But on the face of it, the things they needed to do, things they knew to do, were not implemented, and that's why this happened.
John Cofrancesco, founder and CEO of Applied AI Company, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Wake up with Kayal Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Oh, well, let me check you for fever. I've got this Exergen thermometer. Just sweep it across your forehead and, ooh, 100.5. Yeah, you're staying home today.
That sure was fast and easy, just like at the doctor's office.
Doctors recommend these Exergen thermometers.
Clinically accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies, get your Exergen thermometer at Walmart and participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team or visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Hunter Biden is indicted on 9 criminal tax charges as part of the special counsel's investigation.
He's accused of choosing to not pay at least $1.4 million in federal taxes and that he spent millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bills. He's also still facing tax charges as well as a federal firearms charge in Delaware.
Fox's Jill Nato. Just before the start of Hanukkah, a man fired a shotgun outside a synagogue in Albany, New York, and got arrested. Governor Kathy Hochul says the state won't tolerate hate crimes.
So here's my commitment to Jewish New Yorkers. We will not be intimidated into silence. We will not be threatened into submission.
And Atlanta police say 2 tourists helped stop a woman from burning down the home where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was born. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Patriots offense finally came alive in a 21-18 win over the Steelers on Thursday Night Football. New England quarterback Bailey Zappi with 3 touchdown passes. The Pats improved to 3-10 on the season, while Pittsburgh fell to 7-6, dealing a big blow to the Steelers' playoff chances. In the NBA, the Pacers and Lakers advanced to the championship game of the league's new in-season tournament. They will meet for the title Saturday night in Las Vegas. A major move in the world of golf Thursday, with reigning Masters champion Jon Rahm agreeing to leave the PGA Tour for the Live Golf League. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There is some problems at hand when there's one network that controls the playoff, and they're trying to set things up for better television ratings. And that really pisses me off. And here's why. I love sports because it's the ultimate reality show. And I'm not saying that because on a reality show, producers get in the ear of the people and tell them what to say to make something more inflammatory and make it better television. It's not that part of reality TV that I'm talking about. And that's what I feel like we're dealing with now. We're dealing with a group in ESPN that is basically getting in the ears of everyone on the committee, and they're constantly having back-channel conversations about what the best television is going to be. Alabama and Michigan being an enormous ratings draw. Having Nick Saban in this college football playoff, big for ratings and interest because everyone has an opinion on Nick Saban. Everyone should have an opinion on fair and what is right and what is wrong. And this is so incredibly wrong. It pisses me off. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tommy Lahren.
What's on your mind?
Since the dawn of language, older generations have struggled to keep pace with all the new words and phrases invented by young people. That concept and struggle still applies in 2023. Not only has Gen Z birthed its own language, one of those words has made it all the way to Oxford's 2023 Word of the Year. And that word is Riz. What the heck is Riz? Well, according to young people, if you have to ask, you probably don't have it. The word Riz derives from the actual word charisma. So if you have Riz, you have the X factor, the personality, the pizzazz. The term is most often used on social media by the 25 and under crowd, and even my fellow elder millennials likely don't know what the heck it means. But Riz was selected by public vote and edged out other popular words such as Swiftie. But at least Oxford did not select an imaginary gender or a social justice warrior catchphrase, and for that, I am grateful. Riz it up, America. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show Tommy Lahren is Fearless at Outkick.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable Cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the Child Life Services Department makes it possible for patients to experience the joys of childhood while in the hospital. With your support, the children at CHOP can enjoy books and toys, music and arts therapy, holidays and birthday celebrations, while undergoing procedures and treatment. Child Life Specialists are the people who comfort kids at CHOP when they need comforting the most. They are the patient's best friends and the parent's greatest gift. Donate now by texting CHOP to 51555. That's CHOP to 51555.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, December 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Loaded show today. All sorts of big topic issues to get into. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
Has the UPenn president been fired yet or resigned?
No, but there's box trucks circling the campus. Get your box truck. Throw up Liz McGill's face.
Oh, my Lord.
Like two guys in a moving truck, three brothers, movers, you know.
Yep. Box trucks, minivans, school buses.
Wow.
They ought to put her they ought to plaster her face on the back of SEPTA and just drive it all throughout the city.
Stop.
Down go the dum-dums. Down go the dum-dums.
Oh.
That'll be the theme of the Big Take this morning. We also have to get into the fourth GOP debate. The ratings are in. Not good. Surprise, surprise. We'll tell you about those in a little bit. And a squad member gets censured. How about that? Yeah, you mess around with certain things, you pull things you shouldn't, and you get censured.
I'm actually shocked by that. I mean, not that I didn't think it was going to happen, or it should happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen.
I'm sure he'll be crying and claiming racism by the end of the day.
Well, I have
That's what the squad does.
I have a clip from AOC where she basically says that.
Yeah. And, by the way, if that's not bad enough, now the Democrats, they want to lower the age to vote to 16. and also allow you to vote while you're an incarcerated felon.
16?
Yeah, well, let's just make it 12. What the hell?
Can
Why
we
not?
just raise it to 35?
You want to go up a little bit, and they want to go down.
A little bit. I want to go up about
20 years.
20 years.
And also the conclusive study that confirms once and for all that masking your kids in schools made zero difference.
Shocking.
We will get to that as we continue. And by the way, the American Dream, I've got the price now that it's going to cost you from the moment you get married, from the moment you have kids, until you send them and put them off to college and get them out of college. I've got the exact figure it will take to achieve the American Dream. Is it attainable? Many say not anymore. But we'll get to that later this morning. We've got news, and we've got lots of it. Round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Yes, President Liz McGill is the talk of the town and the talk of the nation. This is making national news, and we are front and center. We are sponsored on this chilly December 8th morning, first full day of Hanukkah, by ECI Comfort. That is our sponsor this morning in Kayal and Company News Live. I know it's Nick Kayal's big take, so I will simply say University of Pennsylvania's Board of Trustees held that emergency meeting yesterday, and the powerful Wharton Board of Advisors that leads the university's prominent business school calling for a leadership change at the university. And this after Governor Shapiro, many others piling on. So we're watching this very carefully.
Leadership change.
Yeah.
We can't use the word firing. Let's call it a reallocation of our assets. Okay.
Since former President Donald Trump went to the Wharton School, could we just have a drop with him going, "You're fired"?
Yeah. Honestly, somebody in the media, the next time he comes out of court in New York, should ask him about it as an alum, as somebody that went there, and obviously somebody that probably does not agree with all of these anti-Semitic remarks. I mean, he should absolutely put a soundbite out there.
He probably would say something like, "Well, I know you're gonna have. You could ask Sean about this. When's Sean coming on, by the way?
That'll be next week.
Oh,
yeah.
Because he probably would say it's all about her deal,
right?
The art of her deal. She's negotiating.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm sure she doesn't want to resign.
No,
because she's not going to get the deal.
That's right. I wonder if Trump would come up with a nickname for Liz McGill. I'm sure he has one in the chamber.
We have former labor leader John Doherty, as well as his co-defendant, convicted yesterday. We've been on jury watch, verdict watch, and we've been covering this embezzlement trial very carefully, obviously, and every single day. He is convicted by the jury, found guilty of using more than $650,000 in union funds for personal use. Doherty is 63, led the Local 98 of the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, for nearly 3 decades, a larger-than-life figure in Philadelphia. We all know him, and he's somebody who's quite famous in the city, and as well, somebody as a labor leader who also funded and donated to a whole lot of political campaigns, including supporting Mayor Jim Kenney, for example.
Yep.
So it's the second conviction federal prosecutors have now secured against the long, powerful figure and a political figure, as I say, here in Philadelphia. So ultimately, prosecutors say he and his co-defendant, Brian Burrows, Local 98's former president, used that money for items including home renovations, concerts, groceries, even a cookie tray for the christening of a relative's baby. So the U.S. Attorney, Assistant U.S. Attorney Frank Costello saying, hey, not only were they stealing from their own members of IBEW, the union brotherhood had no way of knowing it. Doherty said he disagreed with the verdict as he left the court. Didn't say much more than that, but he faces federal time behind bars. So they were saying it was a complicated case. That was essentially what they were talking about. So I know that we'll talk about more of that this morning. He still faces sentencing. But you think about...
I was just going to ask you, did they give the sentencing guidelines as far as to years that he could face up to?
The numbers that I saw, I saw up to 17 years in prison. There were others for... the other guidelines that I saw were 22 years.
Funny you say 17. That's the same number Hunter Biden could be facing in California.
Yeah, and the thing about... And by the way, Doherty and Burrows' sentencing scheduled for next March, by the way. But yeah, to your point, cookie trays, buying a lot of things for others, and then you think of, writing off drugs, escorts, girlfriends. That's the accusation as Hunter Biden, president's son, indicted on those 9 tax charges out of California. Second federal case for Hunter Biden following the collapse of that plea deal back in July right here locally. That was a Delaware court. He was indicted earlier this year on gun charges. There's a lot of other news of the day. I want to get to our sponsor quickly, the forecast. I will tell you, though, we will talk today, obviously, about this big ruling that athletes, especially star athletes at the college level, $30,000, they can make money. They'll be paid. Big decision.
I like it. Capitalism.
I'm just thinking $30,000. Some of these coaches make $1 million.
Yeah, well,
you're the star player.
They'll get $30,000 from the schools, and then they'll still probably make money on their NIL deals with name, image, and likeness. So they're gonna make a nice little penny. So I think it's about time.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We are sponsored by ECI Comfort. Is the cold weather getting you down? Stay warm with ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC experts. Upgrade to the reliability of Trane heating systems, and that'll keep you cozy when it matters most. Call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs or online, ecicomfort.com. Real quick, the Friday forecast. Today, 52 degrees. We'll see sunny skies, very mild. Tomorrow, 53 degrees. It's going to feel like such a beautiful, mild day. The sun will be out, partly cloudy. Sunday morning, we start out dry, but the rain moves in. 64 degrees for your Sunday. So warm, but that Alberta clipper that we've been talking about will bring rain and up to 50-mile-an-hour winds. So a stormy, blustery night moving in Sunday afternoon, Sunday night. Watching that carefully. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. I tell you what, if we do have 50-mile-an-hour winds and the power goes out, let's just hope that it goes out and it's restored by 4:24 p.m. Because at 4:25, the Eagles play the Cowboys. And I don't want to have to track the game on my phone because the power's out. All right, so 6:10 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, the downfall of the smart ones. The cost of tuition at Harvard University is $55,587 a year. At the University of Pennsylvania, tuition will run you $61,710 per year. And to get into either Ivy League institution, you usually need a minimum of a 1480 on your SAT to gain admission. I give you these figures because I wanted to lay out for you the steep price tag and the demanding academic standards they place on you in order for you to be in debt forever and say incredibly stupid things. When it comes to the Israel-Hamas war in the Middle East and the Ivy League universities, we are truly living in dumb times. These woke think tanks squelch free speech more than any other college or university. They have conservatives outnumbered 9-1 on campus. They live their lives like the biggest bunch of snowflakes, but when it comes to anti-Semitism, they open their mouths and they insert their feet. From Harvard President Claudine Gay to Penn President Liz McGill here in Philadelphia, these two women should be ashamed of their words on Capitol Hill this week, and if they end up getting fired, they have nobody to blame but themselves. Breaking news coming down on Thursday after Kayal and Company ended from CNN with the headline reading, quote, University of Pennsylvania Board of Trustees holds emergency meeting after President Liz McGill's disastrous testimony. CNN goes on to say the following. The University of Pennsylvania's Board of Trustees held an emergency meeting Thursday as school president Liz McGill faces scathing criticism over her performance at a House hearing earlier this week. A university spokesperson told CNN the Board of Trustees gathered virtually. Although it wasn't a formal board meeting, it was organized at approximately 2 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. That came just hours after Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro condemned McGill's testimony as, quote, shameful and urged the Board of Trustees to meet and decide whether that testimony lives up to the school's values. The hastily arranged meeting, which concluded by midday Thursday, comes as McGill faces intense pressure following Tuesday's hearing in the House. McGill and the presidents of Harvard and MIT struggled to answer questions on Tuesday about whether calling for the genocide of Jews violates their respective schools' code of conduct and bullying and harassment.
It is unclear whether the board gathering Thursday is related to McGill's future at the school, but that topic is sure to be on the minds of board members. Barry Weiss, who many of you recall from the Twitter files, alongside Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, is one of the last great journalists in America that isn't bought and paid for, and shared a video from the Free Press on Twitter yesterday. Weiss points out that at Harvard, fat phobia constitutes violence, but globalize the intifada, that requires context. Think about that for hypocrisy for a moment. Listen and watch this piece put together by the Free Press.
Safety first. That's the approach taken by university administrators these days. On campuses across the country, safety first has been the rationale for silencing speech and firing professors. This practice has birthed a whole new moral framework, one that treats microaggressions as acts of violence.
It is your job to create a place of comfort and home for the students.
But when it comes to threats and calls for genocide against the Jews, it's a different story. Not safety first, but anything goes. Just look at the facts. Last year, Harvard told students in a mandatory training session that using the wrong pronouns for a person constitutes abuse. Sizeism and fat phobia, according to the session, are also attitudes that contribute to an environment that perpetuates violence. But when Harvard's president was asked by members of Congress this week, in a hearing on campus anti-Semitism, if calling for the genocide of Jews constitutes bullying and harassment, here's what she said.
It can be, depending on the context.
In 2018, the University of Pennsylvania barred law professor Amy Wax from teaching freshmen after she said black students rarely finish in the top half of their graduating class. Penn has since been trying to sanction Wax for statements the law school says violate its anti-discrimination policies. But when Penn's president was asked if calls for genocide violate college rules, here's how she answered.
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision.
That was Maya Sulkin who narrated that clip. So let's think about this for a moment. Using the wrong pronouns constitutes abuse, yet calls for genocide do not. But context-dependent, they cry. The smart people are actually stupid. I'm just wanting somebody to make it make sense for me. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is a Harvard alum. He was asked on the Hugh Hewitt show if he would be in favor of cutting off funds to universities like Harvard, Penn, and MIT that have not taken action against anti-Semitic hate speech crimes on campus. Here was the governor's answer.
100%. Yeah, it's interesting. When I commissioned in the Navy, they were doing battle over the amendment with the recruiting because Harvard had barred the recruiters. They were in litigation over it, and Harvard, in the schools that actually won a victory, they eventually got overturned 9-0. So I kind of lived through all of that with that. But yes, it's totally appropriate to do that. And if you're not doing that, then you're essentially subsidizing this kind of behavior. And it's bad enough some of the stuff that you see with these university presidents. But then you talk, and I know, look, I've got a lot of friends down in Florida who have kids that are in college in different parts of the country. And these students are scared to even walk on campus now. Some of them are being chased around. This is totally unacceptable in the United States of America.
Elise Stefanik, Republican from New York, who grilled these presidents on Wednesday on Capitol Hill, tweeted the following on Thursday, quote, "There is no walking back of the shameful testimony by Harvard, Penn, and MIT presidents this week. Liz McGill must be fired immediately." Finally, we get to the moment of the big take where your head will start to hurt. Sonny Hostin, resident dum-dum on The View, actually thinks college campuses is where these types of things should occur. Listen and watch this doozy.
Can I just weigh in here? Because, I think what Elise Stefanik, the Congresswoman, was talking about, and what this entire hearing was about, should have been about free speech. And free speech, and although many people may feel uncomfortable with it, the most hateful and heinous speech is the most protected speech. Okay?
Campuses have not been good for free speech in years.
Well, but they have been.
They cancel
Harvard actually has one of the worst records on free speech.
What you heard was them saying what is completely accurate under the law. It depends on the context. So if someone does yell at a crowd racial slurs or calls for genocide in a public place, in a crowd, that is protected speech. One-on-one confrontation, if a white student, for example, says to a black student a racial slur,
then it's
that is
about the codes of conduct.
Can I just finish
Yeah,
this
it's not
for a
talking about the
moment,
law,
please?
though.
But the codes of conduct must adhere to the law. So
But it
when
can
it's
go
when
further
it's
than
one
the law
when
to
it's
protect students.
No, it really can't go against the Constitution of the United States. So when we're talking about this one-on-one type of thing, yes, that is when that conduct leads to harassment and could be actionable by the university, and that's exactly what Harvard.
But as it said, do you have to commit genocide to be able to condemn genocidal language? Like that's a dangerous slippery slope.
Yeah. But again, use of that type of example is really inflammatory, and it distorts.
But that's actual words being used on college campuses.
It distorts what the law is. The law protects that kind of language,
So
and in my opinion, college is the perfect place to have these sorts of uncomfortable conversations. Even the
Jewish students don't feel comfortable on college campuses.
So colleges, according to Sunny Hostin, are the perfect place to have these uncomfortable conversations. Really? Seriously, she actually said that on live television. Chance for genocide. Those are not uncomfortable conversations. That goes to a far, far higher level, Sonny. This coming from the one who would probably never tolerate a Riley Gaines on campus or the Proud Boys or anything that she disagrees with from a political, social, or ideological standpoint. So the reality is this with the Ivy League is you can pay a ton for education. You can dazzle with your SATs. You can get that piece of paper that says you graduated from Harvard and you'll be in debt until you're 54. But the Ivy League this week just shot themselves right in the foot and confirmed what many of us have always assumed. You're just not that bright. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you would like to jump in and react to the biggest story throughout the nation, right here locally in Philadelphia this week, you can do so. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT. Or, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And hit the like and subscribe buttons. Today, we'll come back at thoughts and reaction to that. Also, the latest ratings in for the 4th GOP primary debate as we continue Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. You know, there's many reasons why I love working with the Piazza Auto Group. A great bunch of people. They treat you like family. And one of the things that I love the most is the extensive inventory that they provide. And even though that I'm squared away with my Honda Ridgeline truck and my lease, they always want to educate me about their new products and their new features. So right before Halloween, stopped out to the Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202 because they know as much as I love trucks, I've always been an SUV guy. And I was introduced to the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5. It is a powerful, fully electric vehicle with 320 horsepower, the Motor Trend SUV of the year. Also comes with a 300-mile range with the battery. It's going to go from 10% battery to 80% on a charge in just about 12 minutes. And you can take advantage of a complimentary home charger and up to a $600 installation credit. That's right, $600 installation credit with a purchase or lease at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown, or just shop online right now during the commercial break, piazzaautogroup.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
The other day, I used the word crucial to describe Sunday night's Eagles-Dallas game. I take it back. Crucial indicates do or die. Certainly, this is a very important meeting, but each team has 4 games yet to play. Are the 49ers a lock? Well, they have Seattle this week and Baltimore in Week 16. The Cowboys are at Buffalo in a week and then at Miami. So this is a very big game, but not quite crucial. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchuk, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at septa.org/partnerprograms. That's septa.org/partnerprograms.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Everybody's talking, no one says a word. Everybody's making love, no one really cares.
Everybody's talking, nobody's saying a word. Sounds like The View. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Friday morning.
Gonna play some John Lennon for the bumper music today, or
What?
today, 43 years ago today.
Oh, that he passed.
That he was killed. Yeah.
Oh boy.
43? 1980, yeah.
1980.
Yeah.
All right.
I just have to. It's the year I was born, so I just have to. Like, how old am I?
And wasn't he about your age when he was gunned down?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was in his
Like
early
early
40s.
40s.
Yeah, he was.
Well. All right. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and Company. Good to have everybody in on this Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We will get to the results of the ratings coming out for the 4th GOP debate. That's coming up 6:45, and also what the schedule looks like debate-wise moving forward, as there should be, according to my math, 2 more that are coming up that CNN will be hosting. Why? I have no idea, but they will still attempt to pull that off. So it's always interesting to take inventory of, you know, a school or a administration, a business, a football team, whatever it is, and kind of look at the entire framework of what's working, what's not working, what's permitted, what's not permissible. So if you look at these Ivy League institutions, they really, really try to squash free speech. But that being said, liberal and progressive viewpoints are certainly welcomed and encouraged. Conservative viewpoints are shunned. You can not say anything that could be deemed fat-phobic or that could be deemed ageist or sexist. In fact, if you use the improper pronouns of people on these Ivy League campuses, that's considered abuse. Yet chants for intifada and genocide from the river to the sea and all that other hoopla. That's well, we got to look at the context. It's a nuanced conversation, Dawn. It's not just as simple as, we can't allow that, because basically what they're saying is, well, you got to be smart enough to really go through with a fine-tooth comb and understand what they're talking about and the context of the larger conversation for all of you deplorables out there. So I just find it really remarkable that what is allowed on campus should not be allowed anywhere, and yet some of the other stuff that is very minuscule on the scale of offensiveness, they jump all over that, from like the Liz McGills, the Claudine Gays of the world. And I was also reading something as well that Claudine Gay was a diversity, equity, and inclusion hire. So there's all you need to know about her and her beliefs and what she's about. So I think, the city of Philadelphia, you mentioned, nationwide story. This is a national story. And right here at one of our prestigious institutions, here we are with box trucks going around the campus saying, "Fire Liz." I would actually be surprised if we get to the middle of next week and she's still in the same position that she holds. I'm not saying that she will be fired, but I think they're going to try to find a way to passive-aggressively shift her into another role, is my guess.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're probably right that it's some kind of a negotiation. She makes $400,000 a year. She's not going to resign because there are all these perks with the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, she's going to negotiate something, and like you said, maybe not be president, but keep some kind of a job. But I think I loved your big take and the way that you weaved it together, Nick. And it's shocking. It's actually shocking to hear the women of The View, was it Sunny Hostin, or what she said. If you said that about any other group of individuals in the so-called black and brown community, you pointed out that the pronouns, if they get the pronouns wrong.
Yep.
But this level of anti-Semitism, and here we are talking about this first day of Hanukkah.
Yep.
It makes me nauseous. And they're not even consistent.
No.
And that's what you're pointing out, that they're not ever consistent except one area, and that's politics.
Right.
Yeah, it would be one thing because I'm all for free speech, honestly.
Yep.
But it would be one thing if they were consistent throughout the board, and if they said, well, you know what, we're going to let this person speak because we let these people speak and these people speak and these people. Let it all out there.
Right.
I'm fine with that. But the fact is that they just pick and choose, and we know that these colleges aren't these beacons of free speech because they're 100% not. By the way, if you're watching right now in the YouTube video, you can see the box trucks with the Liz McGill refuses to protect Jewish students. Fire Liz. Very, very well done. I'd like to know who did that, who paid for that.
Yeah, if we could actually rotate through, I think Phil was showing a few different ones.
Yeah.
You've got the Fire Liz on the back, and you see, okay, so now it says Liz McGill refuses to protect Jewish students, and the website is penhatesjews.net.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got the, go to that website, and that's really well done. It's from another media company. And then there is the other one where there's a split screen where you see Stefanik on one side where she's asking the question of, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's codes? And then you have Liz McGill on the right, and it says in her words, it is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
It's Accuracy in Media is the group that is putting it out there.
There you go.
And my other question is, were they told by the lawyers, because they work for the board ultimately, and so were they told by the lawyers, stick to the script? You know what I mean?
Isn't that where your conscience has to kick in, or your 8th grade education, and say, you know what? No, I don't really actually agree with this. I mean, or I'm not going to go up there and say that. Did she ever think that maybe, like, as you know the old adage of think before you act and think before you hit send or think before you hit post on social media? Did she kind of run it through her own editorial mind and say, you know what, maybe this prepared statement's not going to go over well with the masses? Like, I would think that has to kick in, right? I mean, a community college kid could arrive at that conclusion, much less one of these Ivy League brainiacs.
But I actually think that they live in such a bubble.
They do.
And so that so that they believe, and how often we've had people call in about curriculum. Who are you people
Right.
to choose curriculum?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's such an arrogance.
There is.
That ivory tower, right?
Yes, there really is. And it's very frustrating. And, they are, front and center with the protection of the marginalized communities, whether it's African American, Hispanic, Asian, gay, lesbian, queer, transgendered, this, that, the other thing. So basically what they have said is that every marginalized community is basically off limits when it comes to free speech. But, like, if you think about the Jewish community, I mean, talk about being marginalized.
Yeah.
I mean, Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Like, it doesn't get more marginalized than that. And we talk about all of these other groups in this country and anti-this and phobias of that. You look at a lot of the metrics from these, organizations, these not-for-profits that track hate speech or they track, hate crimes. The Jewish community has been under far more attack than any other marginalized community in this country. And it doesn't get the media attention until what? Post-October 7th? Because we live in this world with everybody's lives and Black Lives Matter and this lives matter. Well, what about the Jewish lives? You talk about they have been under attack for hundreds of years, and it's just like they're shoved to the back burner, so to speak, when it comes to media attention.
Nick, you played that, and Greg played it on the cut sheet. I think at least twice of those students in not on this campus in Philadelphia, but another Ivy League school where the Jewish students were in the library, but they were huge plate glass thick windows, and outside you had these pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian groups, and they're banging on the windows. So. That's what I know, Greg. Like you said, I'm for free speech. We all are. We're for free speech. But when you've got like a mob of angry people,
that's a
right.
That's
and
threatening.
that's what they're all taught.
100%.
And that's where we want to parse this out. That's what these. But that the View talking about. I'm so glad you played them. Here are women on national television making millions of dollars, driven. The driver shows up at their house. And the driver, they get in the car and they're driven in and hair and makeup for probably 7 hours. Yeah. And they're saying these things that, that are so ignorant and racist.
Well, and you heard Sonny was facing a lot of pushback from two of the one girl on the far right that used to be with Trump,
Alyssa Farrah Griffin,
and then the other girl that sits between Whoopi and Joy,
Sarah Haynes.
Yeah. Greg's got the starting lineup right in front of him. I mean, I can't remember half of their names sometimes, but they were all looking at Sunny Hostin like, are you serious here?
Yeah.
I mean, she calls for genocide, and Sunny Hostin apparently has a law degree from Notre Dame, so she's trying to look at it from the First Amendment as if she's some constitutional scholar. I'm sorry, it's just when you're the calls for genocide and wiping out somebody else.
Let me just say that though egregious, what she said is not 100% wrong. The problem is that it's not equally enforced.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest issue with this, is that it's not equally enforced, is that if you want, quote unquote, the Proud Boys or whoever you deem to be offensive on the other side,
Riley Gaines,
if they wanted to speak, well, Riley, that's just ridiculous.
It is. Yeah.
But like if you deem somebody else from the other side offensive, she would be arguing the other side. She'd be like, well, this is and it's threatening and it's hate speech and it's black students and gay students feel threatened and transgender this and blah 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 blah. So it's just it's not equally enforced, and that's my biggest problem with that dope.
Yeah, the hypocrisy of all of it for sure.
Two things. One is we've talked about TikTok, and one of the claims here is, and I've heard more people say this week. If you think about the younger generation looking at TikTok, as far as October 7th, they have the propaganda on TikTok is anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli, and pro-Hamas. And so that's a real problem. This is propaganda.
Yep.
And we all have to just call that out like it is, number one. Number two, remember I told you earlier, what was that Tuesday night? I was at the school because, junior year, they're having your kids from the high school. They want to talk to you about applying for colleges. And they showed this graphic, and they were talking about, so you're thinking about applying early because all of the top universities especially, they want international students.
Yep.
So they put 1950 something through now.
Mm-hmm.
And they were, said, wow, you look at in the past decade, let's say,
Yep.
or maybe the last 18 years, it has jumped to well over 1 million, something like 1.2 million international students.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to know, because I don't think they're all of the college campuses or across America. I would love to know the percentages of these so-called international students.
Mm-hmm.
How many of them are, these pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas,
right,
or these anti-Jewish groups?
Mm-hmm.
Because it just feels like, where did this come from?
Right.
And there's this real push on college campuses right now that we've brought these individuals on campus through these visas. They're here. And then, they take a year, they take a bonus year, whatever they call it. They take a year off. So they're here, first it's supposed to be 4 years, then it's 6 years. And they're the ones organizing this stuff reportedly on all these campuses.
Phil just posted. Phil, if you could post that again on YouTube, there's a graphic, and you will see the disparity between anti-Semitism. There it is right there. Relationship between platform usage and anti-Semitic, anti-Israel views. TikTok far outweighs both Instagram and Twitter with the level of anti-Semitism content. So this whole thing of Elon Musk and X and all these corporate advertisers bailing, well, if you look at that graphic and you can see the source at the bottom, it's legitimate. Are they going to bail on TikTok?
Again, where's Media Matters with this graphic?
Thank you.
Right.
Boom. Thank you. Well said.
Yep.
But also, I believe in parenting. Parents are on the first front. Every parent needs to say TikTok is racist. TikTok is hate has a home in TikTok, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And TikTok is anti-Semitic. Boom.
Yep.
Get it? Every parent needs to say, I own your phone. I pay for that phone. Off.
Yep.
Off with TikTok. It should be parents first doing this.
Yep, and that source right there is courtesy of Generation Lab. All right, 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back. Put a bow on this conversation. The Republican-led House Committee on Education and the Workforce officially launching an investigation into these universities over absolutely unacceptable response to rampant anti-Semitism. We'll wrap with that on the other side, and I also have the fourth Republican primary debate ratings. The nosedive continues. How low it'll go, we'll find out, because there's two more coming up on CNN in a matter of weeks. Kayal and Company back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. The money line for the Eagles keeps ticking up. Right now, it's plus 162 for the game against Dallas Sunday night at 8:20. The Sunday night football game. Plunk $5 down on the Eagles money line, and you can win $150 if the Eagles win. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from spreads to player props, over/under, so much more. All you have to do, go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Here's how to give her the best holiday gift by Pajamagram. Soft and silky, naturally nude pajamas are luxurious with a next to nothing feel. Better than lingerie, designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild, guys. Right now, when you shop Naturally Nude Pajamas, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 of savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 gift you both are guaranteed to love. If you're ready to win the holidays, do it right now before it sells out. They sell it every year. Head to pajamagram.com and shop Naturally Nude.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
At Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the Child Life Services Department makes it possible for patients to experience the joys of childhood while in the hospital. With your support, the children at CHOP can enjoy books and toys, music and arts therapy, holidays and birthday celebrations, while undergoing procedures and treatment. Child Life Specialists are the people who comfort kids at CHOP when they need comforting the most. They are the patient's best friends and the parent's greatest gift. Donate now by texting CHOP to 51555. That's CHOP to 51555.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So this is Christmas, and what have you done? Another year over, and a new one just begun. And so this is Christmas. I hope you have fun. The near and the dear ones, the old and the young.
6:45 Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company hanging out.
Here comes Yoko ruining this song.
Well, some would say, "Oh, here comes Kayal ruining the song."
Oh, that's right. Somebody said that you don't let the music play out as long as Zioli does.
I'll let each song go for about 1 minute and 27 seconds, and then I'll have about 4 minutes of content left. If I wanted to play music, I'd be down the hall. Yeah, I saw that comment. There's always somebody that's got something to say. Can never appease everybody.
That's why
right?
I love, like, honestly, you know, the haters, the trolls, the people. That's why I love comments about the show from listeners.
Yeah, we read them.
I read everything.
Yeah.
Whether you tell me I suck. Somebody wrote, Kathy, I think, wrote that Greg Stocker's a dope. I love it. I love it. Absolutely. Keep it coming.
Dope's an underutilized
It is. It is.
Well, she only meant she because now I'm Kathy splaining. She only meant it when it comes to you talking about the kind of father that Trump is.
Oh, that was the context.
Right? Wasn't that within the context?
Well, Dawn, it's context dependent.
Good one. Good one.
Yeah, some of the best insults of all time was when Eskin used to roll them out down the hall on WIP, calling people dopes and nitwits. Nitwit's a good one as well.
It is.
By the way, I love anytime you want to disrespect somebody, you call them chief. Be like, hey, chief. You drop a chief on them like in a customer service setting. Yo, chief, can I get some help over here? And I always love that one. So if you're wondering what House Republicans are doing about this anti-Semitism, well, the Republican-led House Committee on Education and the Workforce did announce a formal investigation yesterday into Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT after what they said was the rampant anti-Semitism to a absolutely unacceptable level. Committee Chair Virginia Fox, Republican from North Carolina, declaring that the testimony we received earlier this week from Presidents Gay, McGill, and Kornbluth about the responses of Harvard, UPenn, and MIT to the rampant anti-Semitism displayed on their campuses by students and faculty was absolutely unacceptable. Committee members have deep concerns with their leadership and their failure to take steps to provide Jewish students the safe learning environment they are due under the law. Given those institutional and personal failures, the committee is opening a formal investigation into the learning environments at Harvard, UPenn, and MIT and their policies and disciplinary procedures. This investigation will include substantial document requests, and the committee will not hesitate to utilize compulsory measures, including subpoenas, if a full response is not immediately forthcoming. So that is where we stand, and obviously we will update you if McGill or anybody else are removed from their positions. So, fourth Republican primary debate results are in with the ratings, and it continues to get worse, folks. As you know, or maybe you don't know, the first Republican primary debate, which was on Fox at the end of the summer, garnered 12.8 million viewers. The second one, which was on Fox News, Fox Business, and Univision, was watched by 9.5 million people. So they lost about 3.3 million. The third one, which was on NBC, Peacock, and NBC-owned digital platforms, lost 2 million more as they fell to 7.5 million. And just a few days ago, we had the fourth one on News Nation and the CW, and it came in with 4.1 million viewers. So we have gone from 12.8 to 9.5 to 7.5 to 4.1. How low can it go? Nobody knows.
I'm not defending it because I really don't think anybody watched it, and that's obviously true.
Yeah.
But you have to actually have the CW and News Nation to have watched it. You know what I mean? So
well, the CW you should have because
yeah, but it's not
even if you had rabbit ears, the old rabbit ears, right?
But
it's a local station.
But it's not a station that most people go to, right?
Yeah, it's
True.
not like it's not like TBS or TNT or some of the more
you have to
consume channels.
You have to physically want to go there.
But I think by law, right? By law, they had to show it in this market.
Okay.
On the CW because that's one that you don't have to pay. But there are all these laws, and it's the FCC and the licensing. So that's why they had to have it on a station that you didn't have to have some kind of a fancy subscription.
Yeah.
So I don't think I get News Nation necessarily, but I get CW on my YouTube TV or whatever. So that's where I watched it.
I have Dish, and it was channel 239
so it was on there.
for News Nation.
If you have YouTube TV done, you have News Nation.
All right, well, it shows my level of... I'm like, Michael, David!
Well, and this is a combined number, too, by the way. So this was 1.6 million on News Nation, 2.5 million on the CW. So about 1 million more on the CW
but that's
than
probably,
News Nation.
But Nick, that's probably the biggest ratings News Nation
by far.
has ever
by
had, right?
far. None of their shows garner 1 million viewers a night. No.
I mean, let's put this into context, though. It got more viewers than Trump and Hannity's town hall.
It did.
So, I mean, you know what I mean? And a lot more people watch Fox News than News Nation.
I mean, News Nation's having shows that get 99,000 viewers per hour, which is staggering. I mean, a lot of radio stations, they get 99,000 people listening. So it just goes to show you that, like, News Nation, they started 3 years ago, and they've yet to really make a dent into anything. They claim to be the moderate, the centrist network, which is very debatable. I mean, Chris Cuomo is trying to reposition and rebrand himself that way. I don't know that it's necessarily going over too well.
This just shows me that this is big in our world, and the politics and the Trump and Biden is big in our world, but the majority of people have no clue what's going on.
And that's a problem because then everybody does what Greg Stocker always says. Don't get your news from Twitter.
Right. Well, people get their clips from Twitter. They watch a 30-second clip of Vivek or a 25-second clip of Christie coming to the rescue for Nikki, and that's their takeaway of something they did not really watch. So yeah.
So it's all out of context, and the same with Trump on Hannity.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump said some really interesting things during that show, but the so-called mainstream media, what do they play?
Yeah.
They play out of context clips and make him look like a wild, crazy man who wants to be a dictator.
The only thing they talked about was post that town hall was Dictator Day One. Dictator Day One. That's what they ran with. And I've come to the conclusion with these primaries. It's three things: combination of no Donald Trump being there, the four of these individuals that are still left standing with low poll numbers, and we are in desperate need for a debate reboot. They've got to come up with a different format. I think this format has run its course. You've got people yelling over each other. You've got certain moderators that are more aggressive than others. I don't know what the exact solution is, but I can tell you when I see a bad product, that's what this is a bad product.
I will argue with that and say that I think out of all the debate moderators, I think Megyn Kelly and this group did the best.
Oh, yeah, I'm not criticizing her.
Because I think that this one, to me, for a purely – because, look, this is all Jerry Springer stuff anyway, to me. This is all sports entertainment. That's all this is. And if you just look at the product as is, I think this was the best debate because they were the most animated and they went – after one another.
But does it? Now, what does it accomplish though? Because
it's nothing. Because nothing. What does a normal debate accomplish?
When you have Democrat versus Republican, you have differences in almost every single viewpoint. For the most part, minus probably Chris Christie, Vivek, Nikki, and DeSantis, largely from a philosophical policy standpoint, are pretty much in agreement with how they would kind of run the country. So there's very little real estate for you to kind of pluck at when you're doing it, which basically leaves you in the position of I've got to get personal and I've got to go on the attack and call out somebody's significant other or the money they made with this company. Like at that point, I just feel like if you change the format and get rid of the talking over each other, to me, it's like, what are your solutions? That's what I would really want to hear. And maybe, and I'm not a big deep dive guy, but I would like to hear deeper, nuanced conversations from these people with how they really would fix the border or taxes or inflation or this, that, or the other thing. Just beyond the normal rhetoric and the talking points. Well, we got to build a wall. Okay, well, how you going to do it? Right?
And also, to Greg's point, I agree in many ways that I thought Megyn Kelly especially was very effective in keeping them in line.
Yeah.
But they never brought up the abortion issue.
Yeah, that was weird. That did not come up at all.
You had three women up there.
Yeah.
Right? As the moderators.
Very good point. Very good point. Very, very, very good point.
Losing endeavor that they just punt on it, knowing that it's something that other than maybe Nikki, and Nikki's talked about it relatively well.
Let me just say this. I don't know about the third woman. I think she was from the Washington Examiner, so she probably has a political bias. But, I don't know if Megyn Kelly and
Elizabeth Vargas.
Especially Elizabeth Vargas. You think that would have been the first thing that she would have wanted to bring up. And I don't see Megyn Kelly objecting to it from a, helping the GOP standpoint.
Right.
So why wouldn't they have?
Yeah, that's a good point. And they really didn't, other than when Christie brought up Trump, there wasn't a whole... Remember early on in a lot of these debates, especially the first and the second one, they kept going back to January 6th in 2020, and we were having the conversation of, they just can't seem to stop bringing that up. They've done a good job with all of these different moderators since of really moving past that stuff.
Richard Ryan on the YouTube chat, my thoughts exactly. They don't want to fix the real problems. That's exactly it. They don't care about your answers on fixing problems. They want good entertainment.
Right.
You know what I mean? Look, from a radio standpoint, I get it. From a television standpoint, I understand it. I don't look to these debates as I'm really going to sit down and really know what side, what issues, Chris Christie stands on this and Ron DeSantis stands on this. No, I'm looking for fireworks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what people tune in sometimes to see.
Yep, no doubt.
Most time.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Kickoff hour number 2. Dawn's got some news on the way. And CNN announcing yesterday they will host 2 more GOP presidential primary debates in 2024. But what is the threshold in the polls to make it to this 5th debate? The details on the way. Hour 2 next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Does your broker say, "We're different, we're a fiduciary, we only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is, no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think is proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:01. I gave that song 18 seconds to breathe. Hopefully all of you out there that were tracking are appeased.
I love it. I love it. Keep the comments coming.
Oh, man.
We're not always going to listen to you, but you know, this is a community radio station.
Yep.
We are the most community radio station on the dial.
That is correct.
I don't know if that's a thing, but it is to
Well,
me.
the Kayal Company comment community. There you go. 855-839-1210. You can tweet us. You can message us on YouTube. Send smoke signals. Postal office. Whatever you want to do. Just communicate with us and just listen.
You know,
I don't even care if you communicate. Just listen.
You know, it's funny. I brought the long form bumper music to this radio station like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was a thing I just started doing because I liked it.
Consultants hate it.
Oh, the program director at the time was just like, "What song is that?"
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. It's Led Zeppelin. They're like,
Get back to your content.
Okay, get back to the content.
They
Like,
tuned in.
all right.
They tuned in to hear the host.
Okay, I know.
All right, Jamal Bowman gets censured. We'll get to that story, and I'll give you the details of the CNN 2 GOP presidential primary debates that will be happening in early and mid-January, coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Also, a great thing has come out, a great study, an extensive study that does show masks for children in schools had zero impact. We will give you the details and the findings coming up in a little bit. Also, one squad Dem is now calling for the voting age to be dropped to 16. And Ms. Presley from Massachusetts also wants convicted felons sitting in the can to be able to vote. You know, I was thinking maybe my daughters could vote too at 9 years old. They know a lot about politics, so they can vote as well. What the heck?
16.
Jesus
Oh, my God.
I'm going to destroy that. I'll tell you why coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. We have a lot of it. Round number 2 at 7:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Friday morning, December the 8th, we are at 35 degrees right now. Feels like 29 out there. Clear, but I'll tell you when the warm-up begins in the forecast. And we are sponsored this morning in Kayal & Company News Live by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. In Montgomery County, a school bus aide accused of choking a 6-year-old little boy is now facing serious charges. This is 72-year-old MacArthur Wilson facing these charges. This announcement from authorities as they say that police received a call from parents who said their 6-year-old son had gotten off the school bus in Montgomery County. This is in the suburbs, Montgomery Township, Pennsylvania, visibly upset with marks all over his neck. The boy telling his parents and that the school aide had put his hands around his neck and choked him.
Wow.
I'm gonna start kicking some serious ass.
Yeah, that's how she felt.
Wow.
What's up with all these bus drivers that are triggered lately? Ohio to Montgomery County.
So this is Lansdale, Montgomery County,
Yep.
and now charged, police have made the arrest, charged this gentleman with strangulation, attempted simple assault, reckless endangerment, and so he had turned himself into police, and his preliminary hearing is for January 9th.
On a serious note, think about the temperament that you do have to have as a bus driver. And I know it's like, oh, here's Nick talking about today's generation being rowdy. Like, we were all jerks on the bus, throwing things, yelling, screaming. I hated riding the bus, but, you know, it's amazing when I think back about it, how disciplined those bus drivers were to not go off and curse at you, much less, you know, put their hands around your neck and strangle you.
Yeah, and in this case, you wonder, because we hear about it in the news, but now they have, and in this case, police pointed out surveillance cameras capture the incident.
Right, and it's a thankless job, too. And it's usually people that are maybe retired. Now, granted, there are some, you know, bus drivers probably in their 30s or 40s, but I feel like bus drivers typically are 50, 60 something, maybe 70. And your job is to get somebody else's children from point A to point B safely. It's a thankless job, and I tell you what, I don't have the patience for it. There's no way I could ever do it.
Oh, we put our bus driver through hell.
I know.
You did.
Oh, my God. I feel I'm sure he's long since dead because he was about 7 years old at the time. But, you know, to that person, I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, for throwing that unopened can of soda.
I don't even know what his name was. We used to just call him Mr. Bus Driver.
Mr. Bus Driver.
Mr. Bus Driver. It reminds me of Leonard Skinner, because that was the janitor's name at the school.
It was, yep.
It's like so cool.
Yeah.
We have police in Philadelphia searching, and a warning's going out about this. Watch out for the Machete Man. Yeah, this is going on in Philadelphia. This machete-wielding biker responsible for a series of attacks on a popular walking trail. So Philadelphia police and suburban police putting this warning out, saying the victims described this attacker as a thinly built man in a hoodie riding a black or dark colored bicycle. And the first one happened November 22nd. These have been going on for weeks now. And there's a lot of concern here, victims surviving it. But one of the victims said that they were riding their bicycle along Pennypack Trail. This is in the Northeast, in Northeast Philadelphia. Suspect came up from behind and started hacking this victim several times with a machete.
Who the heck rides around on a bike with a machete? Like, Oh my God!
We got a lot of angry people.
We do, and I mean, I'm looking. I just wanted to make sure I could remember what a machete looks like from a visual standpoint. I just DuckDuckGo imaged it. I mean, you got to have like a long kind of like a thing to slide it into. It's not something I think you can just keep like in the like your pocket. You can't put it like in your waistline of like sweatpants because you could end up hacking off your kneecap. I mean, it's got to be 18 inches long.
Yeah. And it's for like, let's say you have invasive bamboo that's in your yard or something, and you want to hack away at it or something, so you can buy them in Home Depot or whatever.
It's not a steak knife.
Jeez. So the victims suffering, wounds to their arms and their hands, obviously because they're defensive kind of wounds. But this has been going on. They're putting out the warnings, and again saying if you're a runner, let's say, which a lot of people, we see the runners out earlier in the morning. These were happening all times of day, though. But this guy has been attacking women and men apparently. So they're saying just be aware. And when you wear your earbuds, this is part of the problem. You don't hear somebody approaching you.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying maybe wear one earbud.
Yep.
So that you can be aware of your surroundings. If somebody's coming up from behind you, you just want to be aware and maybe avoid them.
Yeah, and obviously the issue here is not the citizens with earbuds; it's the guy with the machete. But it does make you wonder. There's a lot of people that just walk through society detached from their surroundings. Like to your point, I mean, at the grocery store, walking down the sidewalk on Market Street here, you always see people with their Bluetooth things and their Apple earbuds in. I'm not blaming people for that, but it would probably be in your favor if those things were out and you're in a situation like that. Odds are you might notice something coming a lot quicker.
Yes, well said. We've been watching we're on Liz Watch or McGill Watch. I don't know what we can call it, but this is the president, Liz McGill of UPenn, who is facing intense pressure following many calls nationwide and even from Governor Josh Shapiro. If you missed Nick Kayal's big take, it's a must watch and must listen. But this is the University of Pennsylvania's Board of Trustees holding that emergency meeting yesterday. The powerful Wharton Board of Advisors that leads the university's prominent business school and many famous alums like DJT. Trump's one of the many alums from that. But they're calling for a leadership change at the university as school president Liz McGill faces scathing criticism over what she said at that House congressional hearing earlier this week. So we've been talking about it this morning. So I believe that they are scheduling another meeting.
Uh-oh.
Yes, that's the rumbling now. Is it today? Is it over the weekend?
Yeah, as somebody who is in management here, when they have two meetings, it's never a good thing. One meeting, okay, maybe you can, let everything go. Yeah. But two meetings, nope.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
And we do have a conviction. It's a stunning. I think that it was stunning as the jury read the verdicts. Former Philadelphia labor leader Johnny Doc, as he's known, John Doherty, and his co-defendant convicted of using more than $650,000 in union funds for personal use. Doherty is 63 years old, led Local 98 of the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, for nearly 30 years, convicted of conspiracy, embezzlement, dozens of other charges by the jury after this months-long trial. And it's the second conviction federal prosecutors have secured against the long, powerful figure. Sentencing is scheduled for mid-March, but remember, Doherty still faces a third federal trial upcoming. He was leaving the courthouse, said he disagreed with the verdict. Apparently, the defense attorneys for both his co-defendant, Brian Burrows, and Doherty, say that they are planning appeals, an appeals process.
Okay.
So they're saying that this is too much, and they seemed to be stunned by the level of, by most of the counts. I think they did not convict, the jury did not convict on maybe a handful, less than a handful they were acquitted them, I think, 3 counts. So 60 counts.
Wow.
This was a stunning defeat for these gentlemen in court facing that. And that really brings us to Hunter Biden. That was, breaking news last night. A lot of reaction has happened since then, as we know that out in California, I know you'll talk about this, so I'll just headline it. Hunter Biden, it's a tax evasion charge and 9 counts out in California. But notable here is that there's nothing still about those FARA charges. And that's what Steve Bannon had gone to prison for, because pretty much if it's a FARA charge, boom, it's an automatic. It's like Monopoly, they go to jail.
Right. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah.
Speaking of dollars, Hunter
sir.
Biden dodged $1.4 million in taxes, and he faces up to 17 years. I don't think he'll serve any time, but $1.4 million in taxes. Yet he's out there living it up with drugs, escorts, exotic cars. Tell you what, my guy is he living a hell of a life, isn't he?
Well, you know what? They're not accusing him of cheating on his taxes. In other words, he actually, because I'm sure you guys at some point in your lives, before you were married, strippers are a write-off. Come on.
God, I can tell you right now, as somebody that was with my wife starting at 18, I never got to live the strip club life. It's a void in my life. It's a chapter I never pursued. I'll look back on my deathbed wondering where I went wrong.
Yeah, you missed out.
I never got a chance to make it rain, Dawn.
Oh, my goodness. Make it rain. Whew. There's so much happening. I know we're watching for these financial numbers to come out today. New jobs numbers expected. There's a lot of consumer news, financial news. We've got all that covered, and a lot of health news, medical news that is out there as well. But we got to talk about our sponsor and thank them. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or always online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are always available. JosephAnthony.com. The forecast, AccuWeather forecast this morning, so mild going into the weekend. We're looking at, for our first full day of Hanukkah today, 52 degrees. Sunshine will be abundant. Tomorrow for your Saturday, definitely the better day in total, because we have a nice mild day, 54 degrees. The sun will be out, partly sunny, partly cloudy day for your Saturday. Sunday is the one to watch. 64 degrees is the high. We start out dry, and the showers come in softly, but we will have an intense stormy evening. So the question is the timing here, but we could see 50-plus mile-an-hour winds with that Alberta Clipper on Sunday. So really watching that crazy, could be violent storms moving through with a lot of showers. So Sunday evening, the one to watch. And then Monday, the storms blow out, no precipitation, but the high in the mid-40s. So that 20-degree change is coming. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Here's what we have coming up. We know we have a cut sheet at 7:45. Between the next 2 segments, we're going to get through the next 2 debates. Will Sloppy make the cut? We'll get to that. And then also, we have to get to this ridiculous idea of lowering the voting age and being able to vote from jail. Those 2 stories before the cut sheet, and then we'll get to the mask study on children post-cut sheet. It's all still ahead. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You've heard me talk about What a Crock, and they're delicious. Ready-made meals. If you're, a really busy parent or just plain busy, I always say, you're going to love What a Crock, seriously. They bailed me out twice this week. I told you about the fact that David loves the chicken parm meatballs. They're delicious, and they're huge. They're like the size of my fist. Just delicious. These are ready-made meals. I put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day, and when we come home for dinner, it's waiting, just simmering. Unlike most meal kit companies, there is no prep required, and that's what I love about it. The cleanup is a breeze. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal right into your slow cooker, and boom, dinner is done. Last time, you can also order those liners, like a really neat liner that lines your slow cooker. And that's part of it. You just take that out, and so you don't even have to clean that out. It's a beautiful thing. Whatacrock.com. They have this huge menu, more than 50 different meals to try, from classics like the old-fashioned pot roast, the chicken Alfredo, to new favorites like I talked about, the stuffed chicken parm meatballs, the honey garlic chicken with veggies. This weekend, I'm going to be making one of their different chilies. They have so many, I think 7 or 8 different kinds of delicious, hearty chili, whether you want the vegan or whether you want something that's hearty with beef. But last night, for the first time, we tried the pulled pork in kind of a sweet and sour barbecue. It was awesome. By the time Larry came down, because he was napping, he came down and he was like, who ate all the... David, ate the entire slow cooker practically. It was like, so they were, fighting over the last bits of it. It's so delicious, and there's so much in there. No subscription, no commitment required, so you can just order exactly what you want whenever you want. And by the way, great gift. They ship nationally. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off. whatacrock.com, $10 off for WPHT is your code. whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best-selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Yo, Collegeville. Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Kayal and Company as we continue Friday morning. Hard to believe it's been many months now since the Bend to the Shore bike ride.
Yeah, I know.
And you're probably saying, Nick Kayal, why would you randomly just say that? Well, coming up in studio this morning at 9:30, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation will be in studio with us. You might recall the names, Mark O'Connor and Stephanie Mack, as they will be telling us about their 4th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, which is coming up on Friday, December 15th, a week from today. So looking forward to that. And if my bike trainer, Dave Madden, is listening, no, I do not plan on training in January, so don't bother me with it. It's going to be way too cold, and I don't need 7 months to prove how great I am again.
I kind of put my foot in my mouth at the end of the summer, and I said I would do this with you.
Yeah, you're in this year, pal.
Yeah,
Yep. We'll get there. We'll finish. We'll head to the casino.
Back.
We'll play some roulette. We'll have a couple of cocktails.
My lower back.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Is somebody saying something about a back, Dawn? I can't. I'm not.
He needs a treatment at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon so he can help his back.
Well, all right. I'll since Dawn wants to speak up here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, sassy pants.
I'll do it if you want to do it.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Yeah, Dorenzo can do it as well.
Yeah.
He'll
yes.
end up on crutches.
As a show, we must do it.
Yeah, be fine.
Okay, what's the date?
I have no idea. I don't even know what the date is for something coming up in January for my own life. I haven't even gotten to July yet.
Well, how about I will go. Anthony actually sent us all the December 15th event. So I will go to that.
Yeah, it's next Friday. Block party.
Not today. It's a week from today.
That's right. 7 days from today.
And they have some VIP. I know you're going to talk about it. They have some nice VIP things.
They do. We'll talk with Mark and Stephanie. They'll join us in studio for a little bit at 9:30 this morning. So will they make the cut, and what will it look like? Yesterday, news coming out. We gave you the ratings for the fourth GOP primary debate. They have fallen substantially from about 12.8 million to 9.5 million. Third debate was 7.5. This was 4.1 million. How low will it be in January on CNN? Well, we will find out because CNN will now host two more Republican presidential primary debates next month in Iowa and New Hampshire, states that obviously hold the first contest in the race for the GOP nomination. They announced that yesterday on their network. The first debate will take place on January 10th at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, less than a week before Iowa caucus goers weigh in on the Republican presidential race. And then 11 days later, the second debate will be January 21st at a small little college in Goffstown, New Hampshire. Now, to qualify for participation in the Iowa debate, candidates must receive at least 10% in 3 separate national and or Iowa polls of Republican caucus goers or primary voters that meet CNN standards for reporting. That according to the network. One of the 3 polls must be an approved CNN poll of likely Iowa Republican caucus goers. So here's my question for trying to, weeding out the field. We know we're down to 4. We have DeSantis, Haley, Ramaswamy, and Christie. I have not seen, and if you guys have, please let me know, or if anybody on Twitter or anybody listening has, I have not seen 3 polls that show Chris Christie in double digits or remotely close to my knowledge. And we try to give you as many polls as possible as we bob and weave throughout a show and spend a few moments trying to make sense of them. I want to say I've seen one on Vivek when he was like around 12%, when like he was, this had to be about 2 months ago. But I don't know that Chris Christie is going to qualify. So what we saw a few nights ago with Sloppy to the rescue of Nikki, that might have been his lasting moment, swan song moment on a given night. So we have 4. Will we have less than 4 come January 10th? I'm guessing it's a distinct possibility. Former President Donald Trump, former governors of South Carolina, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis have hit 10% in at least 3 qualifying polls, according to CNN, including one of likely caucus goers in Iowa. DeSantis said Thursday in a post on X he is looking forward to debating in Iowa. Now, I'm going to presume that Trump will not participate in this one, so that would leave us, according to CNN, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. We would have basically a one-on-one battle for an hour and a half to 2 hours, which might actually be really painful if you think about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can take those 2 debates.
Because at least Vivek was giving us entertainment value.
Yeah.
At least Christie came back and said, "Oh, you're an obnoxious blowhard."
Well, let me just say this to you, Nick. If substance is what you want, the 2 of them going back and
That's
forth,
true.
That's what you're going to get. You're not going to get a lot of cheap shots. I mean, there'll be some. But without Vivek and Chris Christie on the stage, you're not going to get any cheap shots.
And I've got to imagine, and I think for the most part, now DeSantis has banged back at people and he's exchanged barbs, but he hasn't really had major soundbite moments other than the Newsom debate where he talked about Gavin's in-laws relocating from California to Florida. But if you are about getting down to business, nuts and bolts, policy, deep dives, I would think that this is in DeSantis's wheelhouse. I think this is probably also, I think Nikki's probably got to be somewhat relieved. If Vivek doesn't make the cut, and I don't think that he will, she doesn't have to worry about the guy that's been on the attack going after her relentlessly. So if you want people that are going to just kind of get down to what truly matters for the everyday American, I think at least on the surface, this feels like the cup of tea for you.
A couple of things. Chris Christie mentioned in this last debate that he has this upcoming book coming out in January of 2024. So this was his book tour.
Okay.
This was his free book tour.
You're totally right.
Right?
Yes.
And so that's what that was. And then second of all, Vivek was on with Laura Ingraham last night.
But what show was he not on? That's the more important question.
But this was interesting. Okay, you do,
Yes,
because
7:45.
I'm going to tease that for you.
Okay.
I was amazed by her take, and she feels like Nikki Haley, she had some things to say about Nikki Haley that surprised me. But in that, what Vivek says, he gives a timeline, and it lets you know in his thoughts where he's looking within the next, so I'll just tease it that way. But it was a very telling interview.
Yeah.
And I actually was riveted by it.
Okay. 855-839-1210 to climb in. I think if you're DeSantis, you've got to start feeling relatively good about it. I know polls are polls, and the polls might not be reflective of his performance lately, but he had a good showing against Gavin Newsom. He had a good showing this week against Christie, Haley, and Ramaswamy. And if we weed out the field a month from now, 1 month and 2 days from now in Iowa, where he already has the endorsement of the Iowa governor. And again, Iowa, not a big deal. We know that. But he's going to bang his chest for it. He's got to be feeling pretty good as he gets ready to go up against Nikki Haley, which I would think he feels like he's in his wheelhouse now, where he can kind of drill down on what makes him a policy champion. All right, we will come back. Ayanna Pressley, one of the squad Democrats from Massachusetts, had some absurd comments. The Democrats are so desperate now for their dwindling base, people leaving the party, that they want 16-year-olds and they want felons to be able to vote. But would the felons actually vote Democrat? We'll explain on the other side. 855-839-1210, the number. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Wawa, because they have two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. First up, if you're shopping from home or maybe the office, you know, it's cold out. I get it. Just don't tell your boss you're doing holiday shopping. But you might want to go the digital route. Just check out Wawa.com. You can pick out one of their festive gift card designs, enter the card amount, and write a simple message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in somebody's inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive just at the right moment. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. But if you like going out and about and being a part of the hustle and the bustle, you'll find gift cards at your local Wawa store for the Wawa fan in your life. And for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox, just grab one for your boss, your favorite aunt or uncle, and make anybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've heard me talk for years about my friend Dr. Bentz, what an excellent prosthodontist he is, and you've also heard me talk about his wife, Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz, and what an incredible dentist she is. What you've never heard me talk about is what a great place Bentz Dental Group is to work. And now they have a great opportunity to join their team. Specifically, they are looking for dental assistants and EFDASs. If you or anyone you know is interested and qualified, please email info@bentzdentalgroup.com. Bentz Dental Group offers health benefits, paid time off, a fun work environment. I know that a career with Bentz Dental Group will provide opportunities for growth and development. So if you're looking to make a change or shift to a new career, please send an email with your resume and contact information to info@bentzdentalgroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. If you're a dental assistant, EFDA, or know someone who is, call today to inquire about becoming part of the Dr. Bentz team. Tell them Dom sent you, 610-272-6949.
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One Call.
You're right, I'm going to call Pennsylvania One Call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does a broken down heater have you feeling the chill this holiday season? Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is here to warm you up with $50 off any heating repair. Horizon's experts are available to get your system back in working order fast. And in the event your system can't be repaired, Horizon Services can replace your system as soon as the next day to get you back to comfy and cozy. Book your repair today at horizonservices.com.
How about a trip to sunny Clearwater, Florida? Sunshine, baseball, music, and comedy. Book your trip now to Clearwater with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at joeconklin.com.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, Friday morning. Welcome in, 7:35 as we continue. What's on the cut sheet in just about 10 minutes. Nick Dawn and Greg. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And a shout out to Santo on Twitter this morning.
Yeah.
Who is listening to Kayal and Company while he is 52,000 feet up in the air.
What? How is that possible?
I didn't know planes go that high. I thought it was at 29, 30,000?
35,000.
35?
That's what I thought, yeah.
So he's up at 52,000 feet.
Wow.
Might be like a Chinese spy balloon he's in. I don't know.
I mean, I would... that's awesome.
That is.
That is amazing.
Hopefully he's got his phone in airplane mode.
Yeah.
We're officially in the Mile High Club.
That's correct.
Wow, Dawn. See,
Woo!
There you go.
Very nice.
So thank you, Santo. We appreciate all of that. So it's obviously a sign of desperation for Dems, and I guess having dead people vote for you is not enough, so you need to expand your base. Ayanna Pressley, squad member, Democrat from Massachusetts, is now calling for incarcerated citizens to vote in federal elections. While referencing her support, she also would like to permit individuals as young as 16 years of age to be able to cast a ballot. Let's take a listen to this clip. This was Ms. Presley just a day or two ago with this ridiculous idea. Listen and watch.
Our bill is a reflection of bold, progressive, democratic values. Because with Republicans and the Supreme Court stopping at nothing to undermine voting rights and to exclude black and brown folks from participating in our democracy, we must be just as relentless in protecting and expanding access to the ballot box, including for incarcerated citizens. Now, this week, we mark 68 years since Rosa Parks was bold enough to remain in her seat. And despite what history books may tell us, well, and the banning on books is a conversation for another day, but despite what history books may tell us and the news may report, the civil rights movement did not begin and end with Rosa taking a seat, John crossing a bridge, and Martin leading a march. We are still in the civil rights movement, and Jim Crow is not behind us. Jim Crow is not behind us when state legislatures and extremist courts act daily to disenfranchise us and to silence our votes. Jim Crow is not behind us when bills like the John Lewis Voting Rights Act are not the law of the land. And Jim Crow is not behind us when the former occupant of the White House can lead a violent insurrection and still run for president, while nearly 5 million citizens can have a criminal record and not even cast a ballot. Jim Crow is not behind us. Our democracy is on the line, and the stakes could not be higher. As a Boston City Councilor prior to my time here in Congress, I was proud to advocate for expanded access to the ballot box, requiring ballots be made available in multiple languages, expanding early voting in local elections. And in Congress, I led efforts and legislation to lower the federal voting age to 16 and urge the DOJ to aggressively protect voting rights and to fight against voter suppression. So I have been, and I will continue to fight for voting rights for everyone.
All right, so Presley says Jim Crow is not behind us. Apparently, she missed a memo where Major League Baseball is bringing the All-Star Game back to Georgia in 2 summers because Jim Crow apparently disappeared, right? Remember the whole facade with the voting restrictions in Georgia, which, by the way, and I always like to reiterate this, it is harder to vote in the state of New York than it is the state of Georgia. So we can officially stop talking about this Jim Crow ridiculousness. She also pointed out those that are incarcerated. According to the Sentencing Project, a nonpartisan research group, in 2022, approximately 4.6 million people were unable to vote due to a felony conviction. So when I saw her talking about this, I immediately wanted to just obliterate all of her points. So let's start with this. Let's start with the voting concept at the age of 16. We know that the science, the data has told us that people don't have their brains completely formed until they're 25 or 26 years old. You have to be 18 years old to enlist in the military. You have to be 18 to buy a pet. You have to be 18 to get a tattoo. You have to be 18 to buy a lottery ticket. To enter into any contract, you have to be 18 years old. To buy alcohol and tobacco, 21 years old. To adopt a child, 21. To purchase weed from a dispensary, 21. To gamble at a casino, 21. But we're going to allow people to vote at 16. Stocker, I know you've said it many times, and I think you're kind of serious when you say it about raising the age. Like, at 18, let's be honest, most of us don't have a stinking idea about what's going on in this country politically.
Well, let me just say this, that as long as you can be enlisted in the military at 18, you should have the right to vote at 18.
Yeah.
I thoroughly believe that.
I agree with that.
But however, we can't make the voting age younger because I think that even at 18, you have no idea.
Right.
No idea what's going on in the world.
Right.
You're not paying taxes. You're not like this is you have no skin in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be able to vote, in my opinion, until you get some skin in the game.
Yeah.
You think about originally, you had to be a landowner or a homeowner to vote, right? And now they've changed that. But I would even add, because kids, the trend with children is to hold them back so they're older. It's a lot of it's sports related.
Mm-hmm.
But I would contend that you should be a high school graduate. So there are a lot of 18 and 19-year-olds who are still in high school here in Philadelphia and across the country. I think that you should have the equivalent of your GED or a high school diploma to be able to vote.
Vivek Ramaswamy, I believe, is the one who mentioned, and if it was somebody else, please somebody correct me, that you should have to pass some sort of a basic civics test to be able to vote.
I love that.
I love that idea as well. I am absolutely against lowering the age to vote, and I do think at 18, if you can go over and serve your country and step on a landmine and die, you should be able to hack off your genitals at 18. You should be able to do all this other stuff at 18 years old. But this is just, to me, the desperation of Democrats. And then the second part of this, you talk about prisoners. First of all, it's a state's issue, right? Like, I mean, certain states have different rules and different laws. But I think if you serve your time, you come out, you can vote upon re-entry into society. I am totally fine with that. If you want to have certain extreme exceptions for, violent extreme felons or anything like that, I'm okay with that. But the concept of voting while you're in prison, to me, is a little ridiculous. But I also don't know that would actually go in Democrats' favor. And I don't know if that would play out long-term, not in their favor, or short-term. Because I say short-term from the Trump standpoint, I've got to believe. And by the way, this has nothing to do with people in jail based on any sort of identity politics, right? Like, people are just assuming, well, it's minorities. Well, if you're going to let's just presumably say a conservative who's in jail, they're not voting Democrat if they're allowed to vote while being in prison. But I think there's this element of that the system is going after Trump and they're with the prosecutions and the persecutions. And I think a lot of people in jail, and look, I believe in personal accountability and responsibility. 99.99% of the time you're in there for a reason. The system didn't screw you over. Yes, occasionally there is that does happen. But I think the mindset of people in prison is that they've been unfairly railed against and the system has worked against them. I think those people might identify with Trump. If they're able to vote from prison thinking they got a raw deal, they might have sympathy for Trump and say, I think he's getting a raw deal. So I actually think that part, the second element, not the age thing, the 16 thing, but the incarceration thing, I think that could backfire for Democrats. I really do. Because I think there are people out there that believe Trump's getting a raw deal, and there are certainly people sitting in the joint today that think they got a raw deal.
I'm always suspicious that the reason they want to say, oh, we're going to have voting in prisons is because who's there to police that?
Right. They can't even police the inmates
right?
that are getting stabbed.
Yeah, and it's easily bribable too.
Oh,
You have somebody come in and be like, "Hey, you want an early release?"
Yep.
Yeah.
Fill out this ballot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this
free cigarettes for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's ripe for corruption.
Yes,
and fraud.
I would agree. So that's Ayanna Pressley, and I think we've pretty much shot down both of those ideas. All right, 7:45, right on time, right on the dot. A Friday edition. Some say the best edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. It's the best time to get over there. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Take advantage of their incredible sales and lease options. Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, I'm going to start with what Dawn was talking about with Vivek Ramaswamy on with Laura Ingraham last night, and yeah, she was pretty blunt about it. By the way, Fox News yesterday was just, if you watched what's that noon show where they all
Is that the Kaylee McEnany show?
Yenter it up?
I think it's the Kaylee McEnany show.
Whatever it's called.
Harris Faulkner?
Yeah, whatever.
Outnumbered?
They were basically all saying that like Vivek should drop out. Like they were really essing on him yesterday.
Wow.
I think Dagan McDowell called him something like, which is a funny.
She is funny.
It's he's your sister's boyfriend that you just want to get away from.
Oh boy.
Who thinks he knows everything and you just want to get away from?
Yeah, Vivek's become pretty polarizing. You either love him or you think he's a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, so he was on with I'm going to cut 11 here, guys. He was on with Laura Ingraham yesterday, and she was like basically saying to him, like, why don't you drop out, dude? Cut 11, guys, go.
We're almost out of time, but Vivek, given where things are in the polls, and you pitched yourself as a realist and a common sense conservative, and I think quite effectively, just rhetorically and substantively, but you're trailing DeSantis, Trump, and Nikki Haley. So I think her question to you right now would be, why don't you drop out? She should drop out. Why don't you drop out and endorse Trump?
I mean, this is different 6 weeks ago. My view is this. I'm also a very practical person, Laura. I'm talking to you from northern Iowa, where I came from Alabama earlier. One of the things we're seeing on the ground in Iowa, and this is practical reality, is many of my supporters are not traditional caucus goers. They're people who may come wearing Ron Paul shirts, many people on college campuses and otherwise. These people are not polled. If you come to the events, we've had 3 events today. These are crowd sizes that exceed what the mainstream media would tell you we're experiencing.
I've been to the caucuses.
Yes.
I can't
So I
even
think there's a
count how
major
many
surprise.
Iowa caucuses I've been to.
Oh,
so you're
quiet.
saying tonight that there's going to be a groundswell of support for you at the Iowa caucuses? There's going to be a groundswell, and that's going to propel you to a first or second place finish?
It's going to shatter the expectations. I think we're going to shatter the expectations that have been set for us. So I like where we sit. I like the mainstream media set expectations exactly where we want them. They have me polling in 4th. We're going to deliver a major surprise on January 15th. That actually helps me, and I think that's just the beginning of where we're heading in this race.
Oh, God. I just said... I've been to the Iowa caucuses. I've been to the Iowa caucuses more times than I can count. Shut up! Shut up! Sorry.
Dawn, I'll give you first crack, 'cause I know you mentioned this before the cut sheet.
Vivek, first of all, that's your opportunity to suck up. And he doesn't go, come on, just say, and Laura, that's why I respect you so much, because you know this inside and out. Vivek, that's what you needed to say there. Just suck up a little bit, because she'll love it. You got a stroke. So the ego. So he mentioned 6 weeks. That's his timeline. He is banking. He's putting all of his chips on Iowa. He's banking on the youth vote. I had Kathy Barnett. She was on, she was actually from the South, so she's traveling with the campaign. They're working like dogs. But this is the timeline. So they're going to go till January 15th. They're in it until then. In my humble, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
And so he's putting all of his chips here. They are on the ground. It's grassroots. And you look at his team front and center. Think about Kathy Barnett, African American, Christian, mom, very conservative. So they're going to black churches, but they're going also for that youth vote. Kathy Barnett is a mom, and her oldest is a teenager, right? So they're going for this teenage vote. They're in the churches, and they're trying to recruit different kinds of voters to come out. They're trying to energize that teen and youth vote, and especially young males who don't feel represented. Look at Anthony Dorenzo, and remember Daniel Valdez. They love Vivek.
Yeah, they do. The young generation absolutely does. You know, it's interesting. He's a walking soundbite. He's tabloid material. He's the headline getter, yet the polls show the complete opposite. He reminds me of guys that I used to work with, multiple people in the sports radio world that were always kind of creating drama and headlines and were covered by websites, but they never got ratings. It was a fascinating dynamic. And I think with this guy, is you either love him, you hate him, but he hasn't resonated in the polls. And I think that is very telling because I think ultimately he comes off, and I like him for the most part, he comes off a little too good to be true, a little too well-spoken. It's hard to believe that we're saying that. Like, we ripped the Biden administration for being terrible public speakers, and then I'm sitting here doing the opposite with one of the best public speakers I've ever heard in Vivek Ramaswamy. But he comes off like the smartest guy in the room sometimes.
Because I think he is.
Well, and he is. There's no doubt. But he also has a great way of Go ahead.
Americans don't like that. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. They don't like when they feel like you are hands down like the brainiac prodigy child. That never resonates with the common folk, and I think that's what's working against him right here.
Well, the pop culture is that you don't want to be the brightest, that you're dumbing everything down.
Right.
And that you're, I'm a victim. I'm not that good. I'm kind of lazy. I can't, I can't. I want to zoom it in.
Full mustache and beard.
There it is. We don't celebrate brilliance like that. I mean, we do, but I'm a fan. I like Vivek. I think he has an important role. And, my sources within who are close to Trump say that Vivek absolutely will be in the Trump cabinet. That will happen.
It's weird. I would tell DeSantis, I need a little more personality. I need less coached up, just be you. And then with Vivek, I would be like, dude, dial back the Doogie Howser thing a little bit. Just try to resonate with the common folk, right? And maybe he does to some extent, but it's like, dude, you're way over people's heads. It's like when I do this show, I don't try to be the smartest guy in the room. I'm not trying to be like Mark Levin and read the Constitution. No disrespect to him or anybody that does deeper dives. But, I'm trying to just do a show that resonates with the common person in morning drive, makes people laugh, keep people awake and tuned in. There's a market for smart people. I'm not saying there isn't. But, Vivek, it's like, dude, where you have a thing in common with Trump. You're the outsider. But Trump does not try to tell, as a Penn Wharton grad, Trump could easily sit here and say how intelligent he is. But Trump resonates with the common folk. Why? He comes up with nicknames. He insults people. He's not trying to just tell you that he's Mr. 1520 on the SAT. I think people don't. It just doesn't work with certain people.
Yeah, he's the only business guy and Wharton graduate that can speak like a construction worker. And I don't mean that in any sort of disrespect because I can't even. If I wasn't doing this job, I'd probably work at Wawa. You know what I mean? I could even hold a construction job. So I'm not putting them down at all, but he does speak to the common person, the blue-collar working person, like nobody I've ever seen in that position.
Yep.
I will say this, that if Vivek were a Democrat, his wife in particular, she would be on every magazine cover. She'd be on The View. She's 34 years young. They have two young kids, ages 3 and 1. And she is a surgeon. She is not just a doctor. She's a surgeon and cancer researcher. I don't know why Vivek Ramaswamy is not putting his wife out there. I mean, I know she's busy and maybe Apurva doesn't want to do this, but I think she is an incredible asset.
If, to your point, if they were Democrats, they would be treated and covered like the Obamas.
Yes. And that's the difference. Now, to the credit of the New York Times, I know right around Thanksgiving, they did a cover piece on Dr. Apurva Ramaswamy, to their credit, and praised her and that sort of thing. But most media have not at all touched this, and you're exactly right. They would be saying, this is the future, Barack and Michelle Obama, and look at how bright, and the media would be just fawning over this young couple. By the way, how brilliant are their kids? Think about that gene pool. These kids are going to be like the brightest kids. Yeah. But I have to point that out. The media treatment of Ramaswamy would be completely different, and they would cover up for him and for any rough edges.
If he was a Democrat, he'd be branded as the future of American politics.
All right, let's have a little fun here, shall we?
Yeah.
This is a person who identifies as trans. It's a male.
It's been a few days since we've gone down the TikTok road.
Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button if you want to see this individual. If not, we can describe it for you. We know, you might be stuck in traffic. busy doing stuff.
We can describe it for you, Michael. The radio dial.
Can't always get to the YouTube the YouTube chat. I understand. So this person has a breakdown on TikTok over being misgendered over the phone.
Over the phone.
Yeah. Now listen to this person's voice and tell me that if you're on the other end. I'm guilty of this all the time, and my wife says I have to stop. I'm like, yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Like, you don't know if they're men or women on the other side. Just stop saying that. And I refuse to do it, which means I'm going to get canceled and fired one day, but it's fine. So this person literally goes to TikTok to have a mental breakdown over it. Cut 7, guys. Go.
I know I look up right now. It's because I've been sobbing. I was just talking with customer support with my bank. I was calling about some bank stuff.
Okay, all right. Can you just put up the video? Or
let's freeze frame it.
Put up a
like Jay Giles band.
Listen to that.
I was misgendered.
That's so the bottom of the hair looks like some form of dye of blue.
Yep.
And then it's like a tealish green into like almost a white or a blonde.
Yep. By the way, I think I have longer hair than you. That this person
you
does.
And this is a guy.
This is it's a I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. They claim to be misgendered. They're not a guy.
Oh, okay.
They have to correct the person on the other end, and even when they correct them, they're still misgendering this person, which makes them upset. I'm so confused, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start this over, guys. I'll give you a second to restart the video. And go.
I know I look up right now. It's because I've been sobbing. I was just talking with customer support with my bank. I was calling about some bank stuff. The lady, was super nice. So she called me Mr. Carter, which is, my voice is deep, I get it. I was like, oh, actually, it's Miss Carter. And she's like, oh, sorry. And then she just proceeded to call me Carter. But she kept saying sir. And it is accidental, and she didn't correct herself. But at some point during the call, I just started sobbing. Because, the dysphoria has been a lot lately. I feel so bad because she heard me sobbing. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I know how it feels, sir. Ma'am. God. I don't blame her at all.
No, I blame you. I can't tell in that video if he's crying or laughing.
Crying.
Okay, because it's you can see the tears, but it sounds like laughter, like he's like giggling about it.
Yeah,
right.
On the pillow, there's like tears. There's wet. At least I hope they're tears.
Yeah. I mean, don't
take a black light to that pillow.
So yeah. So you wanted to go from Mr. Carter to Ms. Carter, and then you got called Sir.
Yeah.
And then you said the dysphoria has been a lot lately. So it's kind of like the uptick in the dysphoria. He's on a dysphoria swing. Yeah, I'm so tired of these individuals. It's not my fault, okay?
This person is mentally ill.
Of course.
They all are. I can't, again, to advertise the mental illness part, I can't forget the gender. I knew right from Jump Street he was a dude. But, he doesn't, I can't tell if he's laughing or crying. He's like the Joker.
Yeah. Especially with that hair.
Yes.
It's...
Cast him in a movie.
But Dawn is correct. Like, if you're sobbing over somebody misgendering you when you clearly sound like a dude...
Yeah.
Get help. I'm sorry. Like, it's a cry for help.
Well, it's this need to go to TikTok to validate your own beliefs. I guess we're all kind of guilty of that in some regard, right? Like, I go to Twitter, I post something to validate blah, blah, blah. My political opinion, a sports opinion, a gambling pick, the cocktail I'm having at a restaurant. Like, we all do it, but, these people are going to levels of which, you need medical treatment.
Some instant feedback here. Mike writes, glad I got smacked around as a kid.
Smacked straight. That's what we should do. Bring that back as parents.
Roger writes, WTF, hell in a handbasket. Yeah, I would.
I'm telling you, if you're a psychiatrist or a psychologist and you want to focus your entire practice on this trans breakdown mentally, you can make a killing right now.
Look, my wife, she's not doing it because she doesn't want me to, insult somebody. She's just concerned that I'm literally going to get in trouble one day because I say it all the time, especially on the phone. I'm like, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to be polite.
Yes.
And I was told to respect people and all that stuff. And she's like, you're going to, like, somebody is going to call you out one day, and you're quasi-famous enough to get, in trouble for it.
Well, it's so ridiculous, too, because it's always these people are triggered by the fact that strangers can't figure out exactly what they're all about in 9 seconds. I've worked here for 15 months, and I can tell you right now, there are some people in the hall that I pass. I still don't know their name.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping, like, hey, man, what's going on, dude? Like, right? So, like, I should probably know their name. But to make this the point here, this person has never met this banker. This banker has never met this person. They probably had a 13-minute phone call. And at some point in the middle of the phone call, it became too emotionally overwhelming for this guy because he got called sir. Get out of here.
QJ on the YouTube chat writes, Jimmy Fallon got lots of heat for calling a transgender on his show dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Well, Jimmy Fallon does use dude a lot.
So do I.
Yeah. Fallon.
But it's okay to scream out hateful, threatening, anti-Semitic remarks on college campus.
That's correct.
That's fine.
Yeah, wrong pronouns, that's abuse.
All right, well, since we're going there, let's go there, shall we? So this I also pulled from TikTok. This is a coffee house in Oakland, California. It's called Farley's East. I'm not sure if you guys saw this or not.
Okay.
Somebody was filmed denying a Jewish woman's access to a bathroom after she complained it was filled with anti-Semitic graffiti. So she went into a bathroom, said there was anti-Semitic graffiti on there. They told her to basically leave, that she couldn't use another bathroom, like she just get out. And the person there says, you can't steal private property like in Israel.
Wow.
This is Oakland, California. Thank God this was all on video. Cut 12, guys. Go.
Bathroom. We've given you all your food.
I want to go into the
You're holding
restroom.
up.
Also, currently, this is a private property. I want to go into the restroom. I do need you to leave.
I know Israel loves taking private property and saying it's their own, but we gotta head.
Oh my God.
You're not going to let me You're go also into the misgendering restroom? them, so I need you to leave. I want you to go into the restroom. I need you to leave, please.
Oh, my God.
I was patroned here, and I have a right to go into the restroom.
And we have a right
I'm
to
asking
refuse
you
service.
to leave. Yeah, but I need to go into the restroom. I'm asking you to leave. No, you need to let me go into the
No, we don't.
restroom. I don't. I'm asking I'm a patron here, and I need to go to the restroom. I'm kindly asking you to leave. No, I'm not going to leave.
All right, let me just stop this for 1 second.
Just for context, those three individuals that you see visually there, none of them are the lady that is being hated on.
The lady who's being denied access to the bathroom is filming.
Okay.
So the person with the blue hair and the mask and the nose
Wait,
ring.
was this during the pandemic?
No, this is now.
This is
And they're
happened.
wearing
masks.
Yeah.
All three of them wearing KN95 masks in November or December of 2023.
Yeah,
Nick, I don't even think they're KN95. They're like cloth-colored masks. Are they medical?
Idiots. Masks on, hair dyed blue. The one girl's got a tattoo on her forehead, so you know she's not all there. Nose ring.
I love it.
These people.
Anti-Semitism and blue hair. And
All three of them just sitting
all
there
three of
denying
them.
this lady access because
Yeah.
she goes into the first bathroom and there's anti-Semitic graffiti. So she would like to use another one, which I got to imagine there's at least one other toilet on the premises, and she's denied it.
It's unbelievable. This place, just in case you're just tuning in right now at 8:04, this is an Oakland, California coffee house, Farley's East, it's called. They're filmed denying a Jewish woman access to a bathroom. Guys, I'm going to restart it back there. The boys in the back there. I'm going to restart it here and go.
Bathroom. We've given you all your food.
I want to go
You've
into the
eaten, You're holding
restroom.
up.
Also, currently, this is a private property. I want to go into the restroom. I do need you to leave.
I know Israel loves taking private property and saying it's their own, but we gotta head.
You're not going to let me You're go also into the misgendering restroom? them, so I need you to leave. I want you to go
Yeah.
into the restroom. I need you to leave, please. I was patroned here, and I have a right to go into the restroom.
And we have a right to
I'm
refuse
asking you
service.
to leave. Yeah, but I need to go into the restroom. I'm asking you to leave. No, you need to let me go into the
No, we don't.
restroom. I don't. I'm a patron here, and I need to go to the restroom. I'm kindly asking you to leave. No,
These
I'm not
three.
going to
I know.
leave. I'm kindly asking you to leave.
Barricading the doors.
I know.
No, I want to go into the restroom.
That's fine. You can use our restroom. We have a restroom next door. You
No, I want to use
It's a restroom.
I should not be excluded and other people allowed. Saying no. I want to go into the restroom. And what is standing here going to do? You're not going to let me into the restroom?
You can use our other restroom. We have another restroom.
I want to use this one.
They're not letting you. All you want to get is a video of it saying that Zionism is
Why are you
anti-Semitic.
afraid? If you agree with it, why are you afraid to go and take a picture of it?
Oh, actually,
okay.
yeah, great. Please.
If you agree with it, why are you
I'm not
afraid?
afraid of it.
Then why you're not letting me in?
Because this is what you're
Yeah.
She's opening up the door. There's a urinal and a toilet.
Zionism equals fascism is what it says.
Yep.
Free Palestine.
Thank you. It's always, yeah, great.
Look at this guy.
Love it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
This is unbelievable. This is right there. This is don't be stereotyping. This is the group right here wearing a mask, wearing those little. It's Oakland, California, so it's probably pretty warm out. The guy's got a beanie on. What is he? Who's the guy from? What was that show back in the? Oh God, I'm drawing a blank. Where's my Joe Biden drop here?
Oh, no.
These people should be ashamed of
they
themselves.
really should. Blossom. That's the show.
Can you imagine if this was any other? If this was a trans person, if this was a black person,
oh my God,
if this was a gay person, whatever,
AOC would erupt.
I'm like, it's unbelievable.
It really is.
I mean,
but okay, to Greg's point. So let's just imagine that let's just say that the graffiti was horrifying, racist, and something pro KKK or something.
Yep.
And this were an African American patron who's trying to use a different restroom. Like, just imagine that.
Yep. Rich T on the YouTube chat says anti-Israel and anti-treadmill.
Yes,
that's
funny.
They're all they're all large individuals.
Well, the one person's huge.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, and by that I mean, and blocking the biggest person is blocking the door from this much smaller lady who's just trying to use her.
Oh, what would you expect from this area? This is Oakland, California. This is the Bay Area. This is one of the woke capitals of the United States, short of Portland, Oregon, in the Pacific Northwest, and some cities like Philadelphia. Woke usually pretty much begins out in the Bay.
But what's if you zoom out, Nick? So what's the bigger picture here? That these individuals told us that they were sensitive, that they believed hate has no home here, and that we should all be inclusive.
Yeah.
Diversity, equity, inclusion.
Seems very exclusionary to me in that clip.
Yeah. That's scary to me.
They're all such frauds. They haven't thought this thing through, and I just can't wait for the pendulum to swing back more towards the center.
They're frauds, but they have brainwashed a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
And to me, this is so. Think about in the past when you look at history and you say, "Oh my God, this is really scary. How did they end up like that? And how could they go along with fill in the blank?"
Yep.
Here you go.
Mike L on YouTube writes, Oakland, California should have just gone outside and done her business on the street in front of the building. That would have been fine.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
Yes.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, they do it in San Francisco, and Oakland's far less quality of a life than San Fran.
Like Bridesmaids.
Yeah, yes.
Just like squat or like the lady. Remember you showed the lady on the airplane?
On the airplane, yeah. Oh, God.
You couldn't pay me to. You couldn't give me I wouldn't take $1 million radio salary to work in Oakland, California.
JG says the sad part is that none of them could find Palestine on the map.
Yeah.
Oh, well put.
Speaking of anti-Semitism, CARE. You know CARE? It's the Council on American Islamic Relations. The CARE director says that he was happy to witness October 7th attacks and that Israel does not have a right to self-defense.
Oh, okay. That's a take. Breathe.
I don't know where this is scary.
Like we hear about all these phobias in this country, right?
Yeah.
I never thought the anti-Semitism, and I obviously knew it was a thing. How could you not? But and it's not even the sheer volume. It's the vocalization and the extent where they don't even dance around it.
Yep.
They just flat out hit you square in the face with it. They don't have a right to self-defense.
Nihad Awad is the guy's name.
That rhymes.
I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it. He's the executive director and co-founder of CARE. He expressed his feelings on the terrorist attack on the 16th Annual Convention of Palestine in the U.S. on November 24th. It just made the rounds on social media yesterday. This is how that sounded. Cut 6, guys, go.
So I hope, unlike so many people who only woke up to October 7th, the people of Gaza have been aware and living every day of October 6th, 5th, 4, 3, 1, and September 31st, and all the way.
September 35th, huh?
The people of Gaza only decided to break the siege, the walls of the concentration camp, on October 7th. And yes, I was happy to see people breaking the siege and throwing down the shackles of their own land and walk free into their land that they were not allowed to walk in.
People cheering.
And yes, the people of Gaza had the right to self-defense, had the right to defend themselves. And yes, Israel as an occupying power does not have that right to self-defense.
Oh, my God.
So it's like, say, Greg, I'm going to come up to you and I'm going to punch you in the head, but you do not have a right to self-defense. What was his name, by the way? Do you have it in that description again that you gave us before the clip?
Nihad Awad?
Yeah, he is an AWOD. All right.
I'm sure.
After hearing
I'm
that
sure
clip,
I'm mispronouncing
yeah,
that.
he is an AWOD. What an ignorant comment. And then the people cheering.
So let's bundle this all together, right? It's groups like this. It's college campuses. It's what's happening in Oakland. Like this is all related. This is all, these people are being taught, whether it's in schools, on TikTok, on wherever, they're being taught this nonsense, and it's become mainstream.
Mm-hmm. And then you compound it by saying, like you just did, the way you bundled it, you have those on the left, the Ivy Leaguers, and then these individuals. Yet it's the Democratic Party that is actually going to sit there and say the Republican right-wing extremism and racism and dictators and Trump and oh really? Well, you guys are putting a lot of it into motion.
So what happened? What happened yesterday at the Capitol is that some of the squad members, Tlaib and Cori Bush, held a Doctors for Ceasefire Now rally outside of the Capitol. So what they're doing, let me just kind of explain this, is they're kind of putting this neat little bow on what's happening. It's like, well, we just want ceasefire. We don't want innocent people to die.
Uh-huh.
That's all we're concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
But clouded underneath this is this festering anti-Semitism that's there.
That's correct.
So this is Tlaib saying that some people are weaponizing anti-Semitism to silence voices like hers.
Okay, they're the victims again.
Cut 3, guys, go.
The question is whether or not that it's weighed. I mean, look, there's no hierarchy who gets hated the most.
Right.
I'm tired of folks, trying to say, no, we're getting hurt more. Everyone gets hurt when we allow any form of hate to increase in our country. But what is really distressing is when, Congresswoman Bush and I are called repugnant, or what is the other word?
Disgraceful.
Disgraceful for calling for a ceasefire, for people to use this moment to try to, in many ways target women of color, myself as being a Palestinian American, and others, for speaking the truth about what is happening on the ground. I mean, you heard it firsthand from doctors that tell you the reality of what's happening on the ground. But it's very unfortunate. I want, all those that, from college students to those in the workplace, I'm getting the calls of people being pushed to silence, being bullied, some people weaponizing anti-Semitism in a way to silence voices. All of that needs to stop. Americans have a right to speak up. Americans have a right to the institutions they work at or the people that represent them to say, look, this is my opinion. I believe you should support X, Y, and Z. And again, we have to be able to make sure that as we look at all these forms of hate, that it is not being weaponized in a way to silence voices like myself and our, many of the voices that are here.
The Squad Dems are such an unlikable faction of the Democratic Party. If I was a consultant and I had no skin in the game, so to speak, I would tell all Democratic politicians to distance themselves from this progressive, woke, radical faction. But, Tlaib basically, she buried herself when she posted that thing on Twitter a few days after what transpired on October 7th. And I think that was up for close to a week. It still might even be up, and we stopped talking about that story. But she kind of did this to herself, which is fascinating because they go on the attack. They don't condemn what happened to innocent Jewish people. And then when people speak out against their political views, they immediately pivot back and circle around to playing the victim card. They're the ones under attack now.
It's so disingenuous, too, because they're, like I said when I started this, it's all under this, like it's wrapped in this neatly tight, tied bow that says, "Oh, we just want peace. We just want a ceasefire."
Right.
But they weren't. None of them were saying that on October 7th.
No.
And I get it. I understand. You know what I mean? Like, war is hell, and it's never. There's never a good time to go to war. But you know what? Sometimes you have to, and sometimes there's going to be casualties. And I hate to say that. I sound cold by saying that. But it's going to happen.
It's cold, hard fact of life.
And a ceasefire is not. You don't wage war and then say, okay, ceasefire. Like, that's just not how.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
No, you can't be the instigator and then try to dictate what happens after that.
And how much has Israel? How much lead time did they give the citizens of Gaza to say, "Get out.
Yeah,
we are going to bomb the living hell out of this place. Get out of there."
48, 72 hours?
Yeah.
Something like that.
And by the way, there was a report yesterday that one of the Gaza citizens says that all the aid, the new talking point is that they're denying aid and basic human services to the people of Gaza. And this woman basically said that it's Hamas that's taking the aid and not letting the citizens have it.
Oh, yeah. We talked about this 2 months ago when we talked about how many trucks the United States had. I think they had 12 trucks to come in to help with humanitarian efforts, and Hamas only allowed 4 in. Don't forget, this is a group that uses their own citizens as human shields.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're denying aid, that shouldn't shock anybody.
You played some of Sonny Hostin on the Big Take this morning at 6:10. By the way, if you didn't hear it, you should hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app to listen to it. I have another clip from her as well. This might kind of tie into what you played earlier as well, but it's 8:18. It's a new audience.
Yeah, it's a day later.
Basically defending it, saying, what's happening on these college campuses and everything like that. Saying, look, I've been the subject of hateful comments too. Like it's apples and whatever. Cut 9, guys, go.
I believe that intimidation and harassment of any group, of course, is hurtful and hateful. Yeah. I have been the subject. We have all been the subject of hateful comments, one-on-one comments. Yeah. However, the law is the law, and you said something like it would never be allowed for any other group except for Jews. It shouldn't be allowed. And that is, and I'll tell you just very briefly, in a case called Brandenburg, the Supreme Court held that a Ku Klux Klan leader could not be jailed for a speech stating that there might have to be some revenge taken for the continued suppression of the white Caucasian race. The court has protected swastikas on public property. The court has protected burning
It's not
crosses.
the courts, it's the college codes of
Yes,
conduct.
the college
Let me
codes.
get in here. I
Yeah.
just want to say this was the most stunning congressional hearing I've possibly ever heard. I think every single one, these 3 presidents should resign for their lack of moral clarity at a time that is so fundamentally.
That they're following the law.
Yeah, no, they should resign. They absolutely should, from McGill to Gay to whoever's up at MIT. And here's the way I would position this in a counter rebuttal to Sonny Hostin. I would say if we had people on college campuses calling for the genocide of African Americans, what would your view be? Would you say this is necessary, that this is, well, if you're going to have these conversations, colleges are a great place to do so, as I played in the Big Take? If it was Mexican Americans, if it was Asian Americans, if it was African Americans, if it was anybody in the LGBTQ plus community. So why are the Jewish people viewed differently, and why do smart people have to tell dumb people like me that, well, it's context dependent, Nicholas?
And it's very convenient too. Like these colleges are using the free speech flag, waving it now. But, like, they never waved it for anything. Like, this is what they choose. This is the hill they choose to die on, which is very telling to me.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because you don't support, you know, when it's stuff that you don't agree with, then all of a sudden the free speech thing kind of goes out the window. But with this, it's like, well, you know, we have to, you know, we have a code of conduct, and, you know, as long as it's not threatening or violent or whatever, that they have the right to say what they're going to say. But where's the consistency?
Right. And then I would also want to know, then what are we looking at here on these college campuses? Is it code of conduct or is it the First Amendment? Because it seems like they were arguing that there's a difference between what a school's code of conduct is. And I think that was one of the quotes. I threw my big take in the garbage. But one of the individuals was talking about I guess, I forget the way they framed it, what the policy and what the way these universities are going to operate ethically and morally to some extent.
I'm going to play a clip that might have what you're talking about in it. I think this is part or most of what you played this morning at 6:10. This is cut 10. Guys, go.
Can I just weigh in here? Because, you know, I think this what Elise Stefanik, the Congresswoman, was talking about, and what this entire hearing was about, should have been about free speech. And free speech, and although many people may feel uncomfortable with it, the most hateful and heinous speech is the most protected speech. Okay?
Campuses have not been good for free speech in years.
Well, but they have been.
They canceled Harvard actually has one of the worst records on free speech.
What you heard was them saying what is completely accurate under the law. It depends on the context. So if someone does yell at a crowd racial slurs or calls for genocide in a public place, in a crowd, that is protected speech. One-on-one confrontation, if a white student, for example, says to a black student a racial slur,
then it's
that is
about the codes of conduct.
Can I just finish
yeah,
this
it's not
for a
talking about
moment,
the law,
please?
though.
But the codes of conduct must adhere to the law. So
but it
when
can
it's
go
when
further
it's
than
one
the law
when
to
it's
protect students.
No, it really can't go against the Constitution of the United States. So when we're talking about this one-on-one type of thing, yes, that is when that conduct leads to harassment and could be actionable by the university, and that's exactly what Harvard.
But as it said, if you have to commit genocide to be able to condemn genocidal language, like that's a dangerous, slippery slope.
Yes, it is.
But again, use of that type of example is really inflammatory, and it distorts.
But that's actual words being used on college campuses.
It distorts what the law is. The law protects that kind of language, and in my opinion, college is the perfect place to have these sorts of uncomfortable conversations. Even the
Jewish students don't feel comfortable on
campus.
campus.
Even the ACLU said that the Supreme Court cannot prevent speech that is likely to provide a hostile response.
If I said this about any other community on earth other than Jews, I would be canceled 10 times to Sunday.
That's actually not
Absolutely correct. Canceled 10 ways to Sunday. Keep in mind, I mentioned in the big take, I think it was in the free press clip that I played, on some of these campuses, including Harvard, if you use the wrong pronouns for somebody on campus, that is considered abuse. Yet we have to talk about the context, nuanced conversation of anything when it comes to Israel and Hamas and this hate speech that's going on. That is the biggest hypocrisy of all. I really hope Virginia Fox, the Republican from North Carolina, who's the head committee chair for the House on Education and the Workforce, I really hope they hold these institutions and their feet to the fire.
So apparently Muggsy writes on Twitter that he's listening on the Odyssey app and could not hear the clip from AWOD. Interesting.
Oh. Well, you didn't miss much. He's an AWOD anyway.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Something on this radio station not working properly?
The hell
you say?
Maybe they blocked it.
Ah, interesting. Interesting, Don Stensland.
AWOD.
Did you hear it on YouTube? I'm asking everybody if they heard it on YouTube.
Did anybody hear it?
Did anybody hear it? Was it heard on 1210 WPHT?
Were the YouTubers able to hear the AWOD?
Yeah. I'm just interested to know if it was just the Odyssey app that it was not heard on, because that would be suspicious to me. Just saying.
Dun, dun, dun.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little censorship.
Somebody just drop into the chat if you heard the AWOD clip, the guy from CARE on YouTube. And also, if you're listening on 1210 WPHT, if you could either send me an email or send me a tweet to let me know if you heard it. Yeah, they're saying they heard it on YouTube. Interesting. It's the same, guys, it's the same feed.
I'm going to have to start investigating.
Wait, hang on. It's the same feed. The YouTube feed is the same feed as the...
So...
Could the app just be malfunctioning?
It's weird.
Interesting.
We've had app issues before, right?
I smell conspiracy. I'm going to
we have the Law and Order theme music. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm gonna look into it. Interesting. All right, let's talk about the border.
We have to. We got Mayorkas? Oh,
yeah.
my buddy, my pal.
He was asked if Joe Biden will visit the border. And his answer is we need more money.
Okay.
It's like that. It's like your deadbeat son.
Yeah.
Who comes to you and is like, "Are you gonna get a job?" I'm like, no, well, I'm going to, but I need just something to tide me over.
Dad, can I get a 20 spot?
Until I get there.
Yeah.
Mayorkas, cut one, guys, go.
This also, though, from Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, just this week. Listen.
We need the federal government to act and provide more resources, and we've been very clear about that consistently. This is a bad decision that impacts our border security. It hurts our economy because it's putting a damper on trade and tourism.
She's a Democrat. Also, a letter to the White House from 5 Democratic mayors of Denver, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Houston, saying they need resources far beyond the $14 billion that the president proposed in the supplemental. Will the president be going back to the border, the southern border, to see more of the crisis with his own eyes?
Poppy, what these governors are speaking of is precisely what the president has sought to address and why we need Congress to act. We do indeed need additional resources. The Department of Homeland Security needs additional resources. The Department of Justice for additional immigration judges. The State Department for appropriate funding of our refugee programs and the efforts that we have in the international arena. So we need Congress to act. We have sought additional funding, not just for the federal government, but for these cities to be able to deal with what is an unprecedented situation, not just domestically, but internationally.
And Mr.
Yeah, I don't know what good extra resources and funding will do when your game plan and strategy is basically to have the floodgates open and allow people to come in left and right. Which, by the way, that clip you played a few days ago with all of those grown adults just standing there in line, that's a full-fledged invasion. I mean, that is.
Yes.
Fetterman, by the way, with a great comment. Again, this is actually getting scary. John Fetterman said something to the effect yesterday that the number was 270,000 individuals coming across. I'm not sure what time frame he was looking at, but the number was 270,000. And he said that's basically the population of Pittsburgh. And obviously Fetterman would know, having been out in Braddock, PA, and out in western Pennsylvania. I don't know, if as Fetterman continues to heal from his stroke, he's making a lot of sense lately.
Isn't that amazing?
It really is. The Dems are eventually going to say, dude, you got to stop talking.
So apparently, they even on 1210 air, you could barely hear that clip.
Oh.
Interesting. I don't know why. We all heard it here in the studio.
Yeah, I did.
Very odd.
Okay.
Very odd. And I can tell on the looking at the trending on the app, you can see a dip. So people are like turning it off and trying to turn it back on, probably.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know what happened. All right, sticking with the border. Cut 5 here. Karine Jean-Pierre talking about the border crisis and blames Republicans. Cut 5, guys, go.
Yeah.
You know, Republicans talk about immigration reform. They talk about border security. The president on day one, the president put forth an immigration policy, right? He put forth a comprehensive immigration legislation to start that conversation, essentially to start negotiating on day one. It's been 3 years, and they have not been moving forward in good faith. They have not been trying to get to a solution in good faith. The system is broken. We want to find real solutions. The president said yesterday he's willing to have a serious conversation about this. But where's the good faith?
Well, I think the policy from day one has been, come one, come all. We are open and we have vacancies. You always blame the Republicans, always blame Trump. It's fascinating that you talk about the system being broken and the immigration policies being broken. The numbers were far more respectable under Donald Trump. I mean, you look at those numbers and you would say, all right, I would still like it to be lower. But then you compare it to the Biden administration and you're like, wait, you're going to blame this on the Trump administration? Okay.
Former President Donald Trump was in a courtroom in New York yesterday.
Real quick update. Dorenzo says we have callers that have said that they've called in and said they could barely hear it on the air, too.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know what that was about.
Maureen writes, was listening on Odyssey and the clip didn't play.
I think you're working overtime today, pal. So much for that early exit. So much for an easy Friday.
Fridays are never easy. What the hell are you talking about? We don't all get to go home and take a nap.
I thought maybe you dipped out a little early on Friday.
Are you kidding?
Oh. I'll be thinking about you in my sleep.
Oh, God.
I hate you. I'll make you start doing a blog or something to keep you working.
Not the best thing to say to your boss, by the way. Just say it. A little career advice there. Former President Trump was in a courtroom yesterday. He held a little press conference after he exited the courtroom, and this is what he said. Cut 4 guys go.
Absolutely no fraud, accounting fraud of any kind. This is a highly respected man. I don't know him, but he's a expert witness, and he found no fraud whatsoever. He found no accounting fraud whatsoever. And like everyone else, he said, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is a political witch hunt. This is meant to influence an election. This also comes from the White House. This is not just a state matter, but this expert witness, highly respected by everybody, with a resume that few people have ever seen before, said there was no fraud, there was no accounting fraud, there was nothing. And this is what we're doing here while people are being murdered right outside on the sidewalks and the streets of New York, while people are experiencing horrible, violent crime at levels that nobody's ever seen in the city before. This is what the Attorney General is spending all the time on.
Yeah, he's talking about this guy, Eli Bartov, who testified that Trump's financial statements did not violate accounting principles and suggested that anything problematic, like a huge year-to-year leap in the estimated value of his Trump Tower penthouse, was simply an error. He goes on to say, quote, my main finding is that there is no evidence whatsoever of any accounting fraud. And that's pretty much what transpired yesterday. So a big win for Trump on the civil front.
Yeah, and this case, obviously, Letitia James, that's who he's referring to, goes back to financial dealings as far back as 2011, 2014, which is why some things had to be thrown out because it's a civil case and some of them reach their statute of limitations. But the appellate courts seem to keep going in his favor every time it goes to an outside court, an appellate court.
Right.
I just have to wonder, and I wonder if this case ultimately makes its way up to the Supreme Court of the United States of America, and based on the claims that, he's an active candidate, campaign interference and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this is just obnoxious. This is one of the most, all of them in total, obnoxious, but this one in particular.
Yeah.
Clearly, Letitia James campaigned on this.
Yeah.
Promised, I'm going to get him.
Right. Well, so did Bragg. They all did it. They've had a vested interest since 2020 or 2019 when these AGs or these district attorneys in certain municipalities ran for office.
And the fact that I just think there's a chilling effect here. It sets a precedence that these individuals, based on your politics, and we've seen this come out multiple times in New York City, The other one, who did you start out this week? Thomas Massey. Am I correct, Thomas?
Thomas Massey from.
That's another one where because of that's all coming out of New York and Manhattan.
Right.
And so these cases are going after you, persecuting you because of your political views.
Right. But then if Trump gets reelected and goes after anybody that went after him, then it's, so it's once again the selective application of when it's okay to weaponize the justice system and when it's not, and when it's taking advantage of it.
And think about it, though. If you're a business person in New York City or in the nation, and you're a business, and you have supported conservatives, maybe you've donated to them, and they decide they don't like you, this is how they take you down.
Look at what our government's doing to Elon Musk right now. With they wanted to see his books. They went after Tesla. I mean, as soon as Elon Musk restores free speech, all of a sudden he's got 7 different ways that people from the government are coming after him. I'm sure it's just purely coincidental timing.
As we mentioned earlier, Representative Jamal Bowman from the Squad was censured yesterday. AOC took to the floor to defend him.
Oh, is this where she cries racism?
Yeah.
Of course.
She compares pulling the fire alarm to jaywalking.
No. Okay.
Oh, my God. You can't make this stuff up. Cut 2, guys. Go.
Mr. Chair, I think the Republican side of the aisle made the case quite clearly today as to why we should not vote for censure. Right now, you can tell how weak their arguments are because they are grasping for straws, trying to do their best My Cousin Vinny impersonation as to breaking down what happened here with a fire alarm. Jamal Bowman has more courage in his pinky finger than the entire Republican Party put together, more integrity than the entire Republican Party put together. And that's exactly why they're moving to censure him today. Let me tell you what's actually going on. New York Republicans are so embarrassed that they propped up George Santos, got him elected to office, and then had to turn around and vote to expel him, that they want to distract the entire world from their massive embarrassment. New York Republicans are so embarrassed that they have not accomplished a damn thing for New Yorkers this entire year, that they have to find a distraction. So they've decided to target one of the first black men to ever represent Westchester County in the United States Congress for censure. That is what today is about. And New York Republicans are so unfocused and so unable to make people's lives better that they've decided to bully their colleague. That's what today is about. They're wasting our time. They're wasting the country's time over some petty what rises to censure. I mean, truly, these arguments that are being made here, what's next? Jaywalking? Do you want to get us for jaywalking? For not crossing the street correctly? Is that what you're going to raise for censure next? This is truly ridiculous. It's beneath the character of the House, and it is beneath the stature and the status of what rises to consideration before this body. And with that, I yield back.
Poor Riley has to sit there and...
Her fiance?
Yeah, listen to...
Hostage video coming tonight on
Listen to
Instagram.
listen to all that, like, yes, honey, you're right. Yeah, oh, yes, honey, you're right. Can we go to bed? Oh, yes, honey, you're right. Yes.
No,
okay.
Riley.
Yeah, oh, God.
Yeah. So,
well, guys,
once again, spinning the victim card here. It was Jamal Bowman that pulls a fire alarm to delay a vote to extend more time and then denies it, double down, triple down. Heck, I think he even quadrupled down. And now it's, Republicans can't get anything accomplished, so let's censure one of the black men in Congress. Okay. That's what you got, AOC? Nice dress, by the way, though. She did mention a My Cousin Vinny moment, though, so I give her a point for that.
I just, oh, God. It's like we talk about Vivek and being like that. It's just every...
Yeah. Dude, she gets...
Every woman in college, or girl in college that I knew, these lectures they had to sit through just to, get a little action.
In New York... In New York City, because they have more than 100,000 illegal folks there, illegal migrants there, I hope people like AOC get primaried ultimately and booted because...
Yeah, what has she done for her community?
Nothing, and they're very upset. So, and this is affecting on so many different levels, but this winter, it's going to be a tough winter. You got think of 100,000 people, and they're all over the streets and
Yep.
excrement. It's a disaster.
She defunded the police in her district. Yet, what was the number? I think it was over $500,000 on private security. Well,
For her.
that for her. Yeah. Yeah. Safety for me, but not for thee.
By the way, Johnny Z, who
Love Johnny Z,
who owns the Mulligan Shore Bar down there in Wildwood, he was listening and he said he heard the AWOD, the just fine on the Alexa, on the Alexa. So
okay,
interesting.
Little tip.
Yeah,
little tip there.
Hey Alexa,
all right,
play AWOD.
All right, we should break.
All right. Coming up next, we'll get to Dawn's Big Three at 8. And then I also have a very, very telling study that reveals child mask mandates for COVID-19 did not do a darn thing. Back after this, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. So like I said, I'm riding with the Philadelphia Eagles, your Philadelphia Eagles, for this Sunday night against the Dallas Cowboys. Plunk down $5 if you're a new customer, and you can win $150 when the Eagles win. By the way, I'm going to go 30-27 for my pick for Sunday. I love the FanDuel app. You can bet on everything from spreads to player props, over-unders, and so much more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now to sign up. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line. Wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free, barely there, naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a barely there feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their third season, Family Dentistry of Westchester on Paoli Pike is the official dentist with the Philadelphia Eagles and would love to care for you. The all-pro team of doctors D and Trambadia provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to FamilyDentistryofWC.com to book today.
I can't wait for Southern Italy this spring. I hope you join me. We're going to discover these amazing sites, Southern Italy, with my friends from Conservative Tours, and nobody does it better. The Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, the iconic Isle of Capri. These are some of the most breathtaking, beautiful places on the planet. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, Rome, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and yeah, the wineries, the tasting sessions. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. 5267 includes your nonstop airfare, and while supplies last, I think we're down to the last, maybe we have 2 spots left. I have to check in with Ken Chase. You can just go to conservativetours.com. You want to do this today because I don't know, as of last night, I thought it was booked up, so maybe there are 2 more spots. Conservativetours.com, 888-733-9494. Of course, Puglia, Italy's best-kept secret. We're going to find out together why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia, which is authentically Italian. Thank you to so many of you, as we're 99.9% booked on this amazing event, and I can't wait to celebrate this with you. Conservativetours.com. I'm honored that you went, that you've already booked this. So a couple spots left, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dawn Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, Kayal Company, 8:46. Good to have everybody in here on a Friday. We got to help out our partner, Dawn Stensland, here as we continue here on Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Before we get to the big three at 8. So what is that, 2 spots left on?
What?
2?
2? We're down. I thought as of the other night, because Ken actually called me. He's like, I need your information. We're not going to have room for Michael and David. Because I didn't officially,
right.
You know what I mean, put them in there and give my credit card information, all that stuff, just to hold the, just a small down payment to hold the spot.
All right, so what do we have to do to get these 2 right now? Let's do it right now. The hell with YouTube subscribers and
what
all this
about
other
us?
stuff.
What about you and I, Nick?
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, not for nothing, but come on, WPHT. Wouldn't that be fun?
Let's go.
It'd be so fun.
Was it 12 days in Italy?
Yeah.
Red wine, great pasta. And then you get to finally meet Dawn's boys that she talks about.
Right.
And Larbear.
And we have so much fun.
And Buddy will be in the gondola.
Oh. And we could actually.
Are you bringing Buddy, by the way?
Of course not.
Really?
He'll be at Molly's Run, Country Kennels.
Okay.
They're the best.
All right.
The Bickle family.
They're going to bring
their
her.
listeners.
They're going to bring their dog to Italy, Nick.
Why not?
Oh, boy.
Make it a real family trip. Stick him in the bottom of the plane. Give him a chew toy. He'll be good for 12, 13 hours.
Conservativetours.com. Go and book now. There's 2 spots left. I can't believe this. I'm so jealous too. Like,
yeah,
because I have to approve all this stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, sure. Dawn and her family can go to Italy.
Well,
Cool.
Dawn
I
will
would love to.
Dawn will be doing the news from Italy at 6 and 7, right?
No, she won't.
Oh,
We should get. Wouldn't it be fun? We could get Elon Musk, get like Starlink as a sponsor, and just every day we could do like our report, conservativetours.com news or something, and do.
Yep.
Be a blast.
I'm trying to find my Elon Musk drop, but I can't find it. Yeah, I will. All right, here's what we got coming up. I have in front of me from the archives of Disease in Childhood, the ADC, a definitive once and for all study that shows if you're masking up little Johnny in 3rd grade, it ain't doing a darn thing. We'll get to that in just a few moments. Also coming up in studio, 9:30 this morning, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Mark O'Connor and Stephanie Mack will be stopping in here. And then before we get to that, 2 things on the financial front for Americans. Due to inflation, we now have the new cost that it will take for you to achieve the American dream. That story coming up as we continue. But right now, some other stories in the world of news. And for that, we go to Dawn Stensland for the Big 3 at 8:48.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal Company.
Barely 8.
Still technically at 8. Just 8 something.
It's 8-ish.
8-ish. Yeah. Yeah, we still round down.
That's our story, and we're sticking with it.
Damn right.
So, number 1, on this Friday, December 8th, we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Salon and Spa. Number 1, this story that I saw trending, and I'm looking into this and trying to get some context here. Why aren't we hearing more about what has happened with this violence against a cheerleader, Gianna? This has gotten millions of views, and there's a GoFundMe. So kind of tight-lipped about the situation. Perkiomen Valley, Pennsylvania. This is Montgomery County. So we know that officially school district officials say they're working closely with law enforcement following an incident of a brutal beating, violence in the cafeteria that left this young lady, this young girl, severely beaten. So they confirm, the school district superintendent, Barbara Russell, confirms that they're taking the taking this very seriously. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I would hope. The outrage is that the accused other students who beat this girl, Gianna, and she's being identified here. This happened Friday, December 1st.
Okay.
Have we heard much about this?
This is the first time I'm hearing it right now from your mouth.
Okay, I'm just going to say it. She's a white girl. And I don't know if there's anything racial going on here, but you can look her picture up. There's a GoFundMe. Gianna Messina.
Well, usually with the way this plays out is, if the victim matched a certain box for identity politics, you'd hear about it. If it's a white person, you won't, which makes me wonder if the perpetrators are LGBTQ+, somebody that's in the trans community. So I'd like to get further details for sure.
Because now there is swirling around this. Remember this, we talked about this district because of their bathroom policy.
Correct.
Remember this?
Yes.
So they had some emotional meetings recently. That's being tied to this. But ultimately, this Gianna Messina, and she's on the cheerleading squad. So these two individuals, this was happened in the lunchroom. They jumped her from behind at the lunch table. She has long hair. Grabbed her by the hair and shoved her to the ground. They continue to beat her brutally with fists, kicking her with their feet, take her phone away from her, throw it at her, and just continue with this brutal beating in the lunchroom. She suffered a concussion. She had to go to the hospital. Concussion and sprained, her ribs, her spine, her hands, her ankles, her legs. She suffered brutal bruising and serious injuries from this.
Well,
had to be treated in the hospital.
Yeah, my guess is the reason that we haven't heard much about this in the media is it probably doesn't fit the narrative, would be my conclusion.
I'm gathering that. I don't have official confirmation, so we're just asking the questions here, and I'm looking into it. Guess what? These student attackers who are not being identified, because they're all underage. Gianna is a sophomore. She's 15, 16 years old. The attackers have been suspended for 10 days.
Okay.
10 days for this brutal beating.
And no police action? We haven't had any
apparently
charges?
Apparently they're working with the police and the authorities, but lately in a lot of these situations, they leave it up to the school district.
Yeah, I don't like that one bit.
Now, there is a GoFundMe for Gianna Messina. You can look it up and you'll see her picture. And you can see that for Gianna Messina, sophomore at Perkiona Valley High School, the GoFundMe says, and you can look at it on, this thing has gotten at least 3 million views.
Wow.
This is going viral and it's happening today. But they're trying to raise money for her and they're outraged. So for the family, they're trying to raise money for her medical care as well as lawyers. So the family now needs some help here.
Right.
Because there's much more to the story.
Yep.
Okay.
No doubt.
And this is being thrown right under the carpet. So I just want to put this out here.
Kevin Pools on the YouTube chat says Gianna's injuries include a concussion, sprained finger, sprained ankle, bruised rib, bruised spine, and welts on her head.
Jeez, bruised spine.
That's all in quotes, so I assume he's taking that right from the article.
From there and from the GoFundMe.
Yep.
Wow.
But this is being the local 6ABC initially did a little something on this, but can you imagine if she's a white girl, if she were in any other community? And there's a lot that's not being stated here.
Yeah, we've got to identify what race, religion, gender, and sexual orientation people are to base our allotted coverage time.
It's true.
That's what we got to do.
Yep.
That's what these networks do now.
Wow.
Or papers or whatever publication.
So we need some context here. There's a link on the GoFundMe and in some of these areas to that emotional school board meeting talking about bathroom policies. So there's much more beyond the headlines. So we're on it. I just want to say that we're also on the watch of UPenn, whether or not Liz McGill. She is facing there are more calls this morning, more donors this morning saying they're pulling their donations. $100 million donor. Axios has a huge story going on here. Wharton's Board of Advisors calling for the immediate leadership change at UPenn. If you missed Nick Kayal's big take at 6 o'clock this morning, please go back and watch it, listen to it. An incredible big take, and really zooming out and looking at nationally what is being said on liberal media and so-called mainstream media a pretty incredible big take that Nick did. So we just want to say that there are trucks, billboard trucks, calling for her firing. And this swirl as we have UPenn victims of Jewish kids who are victims of the anti-Semitic, the threats and the intimidation going on right now. And we've been talking about this, lawsuits, the FBI is investigating what's going on. So there's so much that is swirling. Number 3, and our big 3 here on Kayal and Company. Number 3, Christmas tree shortage.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh, man. I thought Joe was going to fix the supply chain for everybody, and he was going to tell us how supply chain works. What happened here?
I did notice driving by, because we got ours last weekend. It's still in the back patio, by the way. Still in the back patio.
What did
Is it dead? Is it
dead?
Is it in water? Like what? What do you mean it's still in the back patio?
It's on the back patio.
Hey, it's like
It's
like
dead.
it's like a package.
It's not dead.
It's dead.
It's fine.
It needs to be in water.
What did you spend on it, by the way? Stalker dropped what, $125?
Yeah, I
120,
spent more than that.
and then
More than that.
It's 8 feet tall. It's beautiful.
So you have an 8-foot tall tree that you spend $400 on.
I'm not going to do it by myself.
And it's
Dang it.
Why? You cut the grass by yourself.
that's
not dead, though.
That's rotting on Don's back patio.
I know.
It's not.
That's a sin.
You need to put them as soon as you get them. You need to put them in water.
We've had a lot of rain. It rained yesterday. It was fine.
You're surrounded by men. What are they doing all day?
I'm like, you guys, you got to help me. I'm not doing this by myself.
Unbelievable.
But they have a shortage, so if it does die.
We need a GoFundMe to help come and put up Don's tree.
Well, by the time you get it up, you might as well just keep it up until like Easter.
No, the National Christmas Tree Association says supplies are tight, and especially, Pennsylvania and New Jersey Christmas tree farmers are saying it's a tight supply this year. But this is good news. Remember, we talked about the Gen Z and the younger generations.
Yeah.
They're into the live trees, but there's a real tight supply. It's a real thing. So make sure that you...
I suspect climate change is the culprit here.
All right, we have to go.
Okay, let me just do our sponsor really quick, because you need a spa day. Greg Stocker needs a spa day. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. This is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com. Gift cards are available. JosephAnthony.com. Big 3.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. My sister says she bought a 10-foot artificial tree in 2016. She spent a G on it. She should be shot.
$1,000.
Wait, $1,000 on a tree?
Outrageous.
What does your sister do?
I know.
HR.
HR.
Yeah. This is why some people that have too much money don't know what to do with it. $1,000 on a tree.
She got ripped off.
Should have. God almighty. All right, we got to go. Coming up, final hour is on the way. Due to inflation, the American dream will now cost you how much? We have the details. And I have the child mask mandate study that shows masking up little Skippy did a whole bunch of nothing. We're back after this. Kayal and Company.
You've heard me talk so much about my friends from Piazza Honda. I was back and forth texting with my friend Vince with Piazza Honda. I'm in the market. I'm trading in the minivan. My husband doesn't even know it yet. He can put up the Christmas tree if he wants to know more information. But yeah, so Vince, and here's the beauty of Piazza Honda. We're doing all the financing stuff we're texting back and forth. The trade-in deals are incredible. So I had done a test drive with the Honda Passport. By the way, incredible deals right now with Honda, with Piazza Honda. You got to check it out. But I'm looking at a Honda CR-V. I saw one on the road the other day. I was like, Vince, it's so cute. It's sporty. And I had test driven the Passport, but I like the CR-V. I want to get out of the Honda Odyssey minivan. It's really a nice vehicle, but I feel it's huge, And I wanted a little something sportier. So I'm really psyched. Maybe this weekend I'll be able to get the chance to get over there and just pick her up. But they make it so easy. And obviously I told you about our experience when Michael got that sporty new Honda Civic. Loves it. Thank you, Piazza Honda. I highly recommend you visit your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading for your next Honda. You can shop online today. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, Honda.com. I trust them. They make it so easy. You're going to love it, and you're going to love your new Honda from PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Children's Hospital Philadelphia, the Child Life Services Department makes it possible for patients to experience the joys of childhood while in the hospital. With your support, the children at CHOP can enjoy books and toys, music and arts therapy, holidays and birthday celebrations, while undergoing procedures and treatment. Child Life Specialists are the people who comfort kids at CHOP when they need comforting the most. They are the patient's best friends and the parent's greatest gift. Donate now by texting CHOP to 51555. That's CHOP to 51555.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave. Don't treat yourself like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
Calling on Media PA to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is karma's gonna get you. Gonna knock you right in the head. You better get yourself together. Pretty soon you're gonna be dead. What in the world you thinking of? Laughing in the face of love.
It's Kayal and Company. 9:03 Friday morning as we continue fourth and final hour. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The morning mystery movie clip in about 15 minutes. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Mark O'Connor, Stephanie Mack in studio coming up at 9:30 to talk about what they are partaking in next Friday. Nice little holiday block party that we will tell you about. We've also got part 2 of the cut sheet. Who won Twitter today? Who won YouTube? And what's on tap for the Dawn Show? All still on the way. So the cost of the American dream, we'll get to that in just a moment. But I did want to get into this mask mandate study because we have seen countless times schools, and heck, we saw it today in the cut sheet segment where those 3 left-wing nut jobs in Oakland, California in a coffee shop were masked up as they discriminated against a Jewish lady using the bathroom because the bathroom had anti-Semitism graffiti on it. So again, these people wearing these masks as if it means anything, and it does not. The Archives of Disease in Childhood, the ADC. If you want to actually see this study, go to adc.bmj.com and you can see it. So this was a child mask mandate study for COVID-19, and it was a systematic review of international data that found no benefit for masking kids to protect against COVID. So after years of kids being forced to wear this mask in school-like settings and other environments, the data says it had no benefit, and all the experts being wrong will almost probably get little to no media attention or pushback. So here's a few little tidbits from this study. So the background is as follows. Mask mandates for children during the COVID-19 pandemic varied in different locations. A risk-benefit analysis of this intervention has not yet been performed. In this study, we performed a systematic review to assess research on the effectiveness of mask wearing in children. We screened 597 studies and include 22 in the final analysis. There were no randomized controlled trials in children assessing the benefits of mask wearing to reduce SARS-CoV-2 infection or transmission. The 6 observational studies reporting an association between child masking and lower infection rate or antibody seropositivity had critical, which would be a number 5, or serious, a number 1, risk of bias. All 6 were potentially confounded by important differences between masked and unmasked groups, and 2 were shown to have non-significant results when reanalyzed. 16 other observational studies found no association between mask wearing and infection and transmission. Conclusions: real-world effectiveness of child mask mandates against SARS-CoV-2 transmission or infection has not been demonstrated with high-quality evidence. The current body of scientific data does not support masking children for protection against COVID-19. So as we get ready for, and I you know what? I have to take a step back. I said going into Thanksgiving that I would be willing to bet that when we came out of the Thanksgiving break, some school districts in Philadelphia would go back to mask mandates. To my knowledge, I have not heard one. So if that is true, and they did not, then I admit I was wrong on my prediction. But I'm happy to be wrong about that because masking kids is ridiculous. We'll see what plays out over the Christmas break and when we come back in January. But these are the types of studies that you're not going to get on CNN, MSNBC, CBS News. You won't see it on Yahoo. It ain't going to be on Facebook. And this is just, once again, more proof that what these bureaucrats and these teachers' unions and these educators did to children was ridiculous. Because at the end of the day, one thing that has been proven true is that children learn, and they learn how to communicate by studying facial features and seeing people talk and the way they interact without having something covering up their face. So luckily, like my girls, I've told you the story before, they started kindergarten in 2019. So it was the 2019-2020 school year. Kindergarten, first and second grade, they did not know what it was like to have a normal school year. Third grade, they went back to normal, and now they're in fourth grade this year, still obviously back to normal. I'm just grateful every day that my kids did not have any learning setback, any speech impediments, or anything like that, because the data clearly shows masking these kiddos, waste of time. Waste of time.
I gotta say too that I am super proud of myself for my son, probably, you know, because he was born during the pandemic. My
right.
son has only worn a mask maybe once, maybe once.
Yeah.
And look, you know, I'm fortunate enough. My wife is fortunate enough. You know, we both have decent jobs that, you know, we can afford to do stuff like this, which is nice. But I kept him out of school because I did not want him to have to wear a mask. I did not want him to learn that this was the new way that society was going to be, and just you know, I refused to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm super happy that, you know, I was lucky enough to not have my son in school in mask.
Yeah, I would love to see, and I'm talking on an individual level, and I don't know what type of pushback you personally faced by not masking your kid, which, by the way, I got your Christmas card. Very nice. Cute kid, by the way. So, I mean, forget the national media and these talking heads giving us an apology.
God, my wife sent us out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Nick, I didn't even
I
realize.
was like, okay.
Adorable.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
It's like mini Stalker. It's like Stalker
it's
as a toddler.
doppelganger, yes. It's like Dr. Evil and Mini-Me. He's going to be yelling, we start at 6 a.m. in like 18 years.
He's not too many these days.
Yeah, he's the size of a 5.5, 6-year-old.
Yeah, Dawn met him a couple weeks ago.
Football game.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Dawn.
I was just going to point out, because I was looking up what the NIH, because remember, the first studies on this, we started to get an inkling when the first studies on this started to come out, last February, March, and then Rochelle Walensky by May, she's out of here. And who's the new one? Mandy Cohen, the new CDC director. You never hear boo out of her.
Right.
But I looked up the NIH site, and what's fascinating to me, and this is like the NIH kind of throwing the CDC under the bus.
Uh-oh.
The NIH saying during the pandemic, guidelines issued by the CDC for masking children. So it's fascinating to me that others, and remember NIH was Fauci's deal.
Yep.
They're all like throwing under the bus the CDC and Rochelle Walensky because they're all going, we didn't, and the World Health Organization, we never recommended.
Yeah. I'd like to take the NIH, the CDC, and the WHO and back the bus over all three of them.
I love electric school buses. Unbelievable.
And I want a gas-powered bus. All right, so that's that story. If you want to check it out, I mentioned the website a few minutes ago.
You're right, though. This is not going to make the mainstream media that it should, because I mean, this is really there are so many failures. There's so many failures of us as a society and government around COVID. And I get it. It was a new thing. It was something that we were just kind of experimenting with at the time, and we were making decisions on the fly. I understand all that, but not to take a look back at anything and say, well, we did this wrong, we did this wrong, we did this wrong. We're never going to do this again. We're just going to do the same thing we did before.
And that'll be the biggest sin, repeating the same mistakes, which when people say, oh, masking is cosmetic theater, and you got criticized for that, if they go and revert back to that 15 years from now, 150 years from now, whenever the next one happens, I guarantee a lot of people will be very outraged over that. And speaking of outraged, this is a very interesting breakdown financially from the Daily Mail. So with inflation where it's been the last year and a half or so, how do you achieve the American dream? Because now the cost to achieve the American dream is a staggering $3.4 million. That is correct.
Wow.
And they broke it down by different benchmark moments of your life. So the total cost to achieve the American dream is $3.4 million. The average cost of a wedding and your engagement and wedding ring, this is the average cost, $35,800. $35,800 just for the ring and the wedding. And we're not talking like, this isn't the exorbitant, like the high end, the bougie wedding. This is the average, middle of the road, church, private golf course, or whatever you might go to, or wherever you go for your weddings these days. The average cost of a home with mortgage interest is $796,998.
Oh my God.
The average home with mortgage with your interest factored in, almost just a couple bucks short of $800,000, which 15 years ago you get a mansion for that.
Yep.
The lifetime car purchases total in your lifetime on average, you're going to spend $271,000 on vehicles getting from point A to point B. I was always embarrassed by the fact that my dad would always have beat down cars. And I'm like, Dad, you could afford to buy something a little nicer than this. And he's like, I just want to get from point A to point B. It's a depreciating asset.
Cars are, never mind.
Yeah, just settle down.
Now I want to go back to your wedding story because I know your girls are still little. They're 10, right? 10?
They'll be 10 in September.
10, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so they're 9.
They just turned 9, yeah.
They just turned 9 in September.
9 and a quarter.
So you've got, maybe a decade.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get a buy one, get one wedding.
Two girls.
Girls were getting married at a Wendy's drive-thru. All right.
So Do you believe in
marriage? No.
That the parents of the bride should foot the entire bill? Do you believe that?
That's a good question.
I think if let's say the bride's parents and the groom's parents are both kind of in the same tax bracket, it should be like a team effort, I think, or at least that could be introduced. Kristen's parents paid for everything. And
that's amazing.
Yeah, and it was probably in the and this was 2008, and it was probably in the 30,000 range, so it was well above the average cost because back in 2008 everything was significantly cheaper. I never really thought about that though. I'm just hoping that my girls will be in a relationship at the same time and they both can get married simultaneously.
Well, you better think about it.
I know.
Because there are some families, trust me,
I know,
that think that it should be on the father of the bride should pay. The bride's family should pay.
Not for nothing. My wife and I paid for our own wedding.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I was 29 when I got married, so I probably should have. But
and you were working in radio, right?
Yeah, my wife was only 24, 25, something like that.
All right.
So, but I just because we wanted to do our own thing. You know what I mean? Like we didn't want to.
Right.
Well, I'm saying
I didn't object.
I've been there, done that, and when you deal with people who think I'm just telling you, Nick Kayal, you better start saving.
I'm going to start looking.
Dawn, 2 girls. Oh, my God.
Someone tells me my golfing and bourbon days are coming to an end.
Yeah, well, they should already because you should be saving for that right now.
This is ridiculous. Dorenzo, you got any winners for this weekend? I'm going to need a little extra scratch. So the average lifetime cost of pet care. Hold on to your microphone here for a second, Dawn. $67,000. Average lifetime for Dawn Stenzel of I don't know how many dogs you've had in your life, but the average lifetime cost $68,000.
I know. We just subscribed to Farmer's Dog, which is amazing because he was having that diarrhea because he's 14.
Yeah,
and it's amazing. He's a different dog.
Really,
and it's not cheap. Larry's like, "What are you spending on the?" Because he first signed up for it, but it's not cheap. But it's a game changer.
Farmer's Dog.
Farmer's Dog.
Sounds
and
like
they send it.
Sounds like a dog dating site.
Stop. Oh my goodness.
Buddy boy.
No, they send it to you frozen in a box. And it's like the best dog food ever.
Okay.
But he loves it.
Yeah.
And it's really healthy.
Yeah.
And they cater it. It's like custom.
Okay.
It's incredible.
The lifetime cost of average family health insurance premium.
Health insurance for the family or the dog?
No, for the family.
Okay.
For the family. $934,000.
How much?
$934,000 lifetime cost of your average family health insurance premium.
Insurance.
That's correct.
That's not even
not life
what
insurance.
they didn't cover.
Or that doesn't include co-pays, deductibles.
I believe it.
Average cost of raising 2 children until age 18. This is applicable to me.
Here we go.
And me.
And you. $576,000. Reminds me of the
what?
episode. Yeah, $576,000.
$500,000
to raise a kid from the moment you pop them out until they leave at 18.
That's way too low.
You think that's low?
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
Really?
I had always heard years ago that it was like $1 million or something.
Yeah,
at least.
Nick, that number, something's wrong with that number.
This is according to Investopedia, and I've got this article from the Daily Mail.
No, there's no way, and especially in Philadelphia. I mean, we've spent that just on their education in private schools. Why do you think I have multiple jobs? The kids, the other day, they were like, how come, Steve and Bob, the across the street, the married guys across the street, they were always fixing up their house and they have like these Lamborghinis. I said, yeah, Steve and Bob don't have any kids.
Right. And Steve and Bob can't have kids.
And so,
despite what people try to tell you.
I don't think they want them. They're living their best life.
Hell yeah.
They got all the money they could want.
Average cost of college, $42,000.
Is that total? Oh, that's total.
Average cost of college, in-state tuition, 1 year, including room and board for 2 children, $42,000. So I guess if both of my girls would go to
in-state,
to Temple at the same time, $21,000 each, $42,000 total. Average amount needed to retire is $715,000. And the average cost of a funeral is $7,848. So dying's relatively cheap.
That retirement is way low too.
Yeah.
You think that's too low?
Yeah. I think a lot of these stats
are
low.
These are.
I don't know what Investopedia is. It's probably some website where they calculate these things. But that's where the Daily Mail, that's the source the Daily Mail used to calculate these different categories.
But you know what, Nick? It's probably the average. So on the East Coast, that's why a lot of people are leaving and they're going to places like Florida.
Imagine these numbers in California.
Yeah. Or here even.
Or here, yeah. 7, 8, almost $8,000 to die.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. All right, so there you go. 855-839-1210. If you have thoughts, we have the great folks from Family Behind the Badge coming up in just about 10 minutes in studio as we get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is the most unfriendly acts you're committing. I mean, I don't know what the problem is, but I'm sure it can be resolved without resorting to violence.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Good. You moved too soon.
He did? Ooh, little chest pain.
And the first rule in a crisis situation. You negotiate first and you attack last.
Well, you negotiate first and then you attack.
You never negotiated.
Nah.
You don't know what kind of an enemy I am.
Who are you?
I'm Vincent's brother.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Yes, caller 12 today at 855-839-1210. $50 gift card to Wendy's. That's right. If you can identify that movie clip, $50 gift card to Wendy's. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side. Families Behind the Badge at the bottom of the hour. And right now, time to tell you about the great folks at Wawa. December 8th, right? You get about 17 days left before Christmas hits. So you might want to do some one-stop shopping, and you've got options, right? You can go to Wawa.com, get your gift card there on the digital side of things. Pick one of their festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a nice little message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at the right moment, just like magic. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. But if you like to go out and about, you enjoy the hustle and the bustle, head to your local Wawa. And the gift cards are right there for everybody on your list. You'll find gift cards for the Wawa fan in your life and for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. Grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make anyone's season bright in just one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop shop for gift cards. See store for details.
Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Howdy, I'm Hank, and I'm a plumbing pro who installs Bradford white water heaters. I've done so many, my buddies call me Hank the Tank. If you want a reliable, efficient, long-lasting water heater that's built to be the best, you want Bradford White, and you can only get one from a pro like me. How you heat your water matters, so make it a Bradford White water heater. Check out BradfordWhite.com and find a pro like me. Take it from Hank the Tank. Choose Bradford White.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you.
Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Kayal and Company rolling on live here Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day or maybe the beginning of your weekend. You took a 3-day weekend. Christmas will be here before you know it. Hanukkah underway. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will have Mark O'Connor and Stephanie Mack in studio coming up in just a couple of minutes. Also still ahead this morning, a little bit of the part due of the cut sheet, and then we'll get to what Dawn has lined up. Also, I don't believe we have our winner for the morning mystery movie clip. So if that is the case, should we run it back and play the clip one more time? I don't.
Well, here's the problem: is that we have a lot of people doing a lot of things.
That's okay.
So we don't have anybody to answer it. So we'll take somebody off the air.
Okay, we'll get the winner off air.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. And also, big weekend coming up. We've had Bruno on Wednesday. We had Harry Mays on Monday. Our pal Sean Farash has just dropped his new Christmas jingle where he does his Trump impersonation singing. It is absolutely glorious. We will try to get him on. I'm probably going to either get him on next week or the week leading into Christmas before we all break.
Nice.
Also, just a little housekeeping note, because I know a lot of our audience is very intrigued by the Marsha Blackburn, Dick Durbin story over getting the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs. I have, because she lived about 10 minutes from me when I lived in Nashville. Across Nashville is a little township called Brentwood. I lived about 10 minutes from Marsha Blackburn, so I have a request into her Nashville office to try to get her on to specifically talk about the Epstein flight logs. So if I do get some sort of commitment from her and her office and her staff, we will certainly have that for you as well. Lastly, Eagles-Cowboys coming up on Sunday night, which, by the way, thank you, Dawn, for letting me know. I thought it was like a 4:25 game. It's actually the Sunday night game, which stinks for us because, we like to be in bed before midnight. But Eagles-Cowboys, why don't we actually do this? Because we have Mark and them coming in studio, so we won't be able to give our predictions then. We'll get the predictions out of the way now, 25 minutes early.
Oh, wow.
I'll be the hated guy, and I'll be the hated guy for the next 30 minutes. I won't just
no.
make a prediction and sign off and run and stick my tail between my legs. I think for the second straight week, the Eagles are going to go down and take a loss.
Oh, my God.
I do. They're a 3-point underdog at Dallas. I think the Eagles, this will be their last loss of the year. They are, 10-2. They will have their third loss and then run the table after this Dallas game. They will finish 14-3. They will still be the 1 seed in the NFC. They will still host playoff games. The NFC will run through San Francisco. So I will take the Cowboys to win this week. That scumbag Dak Prescott's playing really good football right now. And I think the Cowboys at home are really good. So I was right last week on the 49ers. God knows I would love to be wrong again this week because I despise the Cowboys. Maybe not as much as Tony Bruno, but I certainly hate the Cowboys. But I'm going to take the Cowboys for the victory. So
Boo.
I'll be the villain.
What was your score?
I did not give a score, but I will give one now. The Cowboys are a 3-point favorite. Let me just see what the over-under is so I have an idea. It's 51.5, so they're thinking a high-scoring game. I agree with that. I'm going to take the Cowboys 31 and the Eagles 27.
Wow.
Yeah.
I am the opposite.
Okay.
I think the Eagles are going to win 30-27.
30-27. Okay. Dawn, do you want to make a pick? I know you love making predictions.
I think it'll be close, 24-20.
24-20.
Wow.
Okay. So Dawn's got the Eagles 24-20.
Yep.
Stalker has them 30-27. I've got Dallas 31-27.
Because we've got some people coming off injuries.
Yep.
So that'll be.
Hey, Dallas Goedert might be coming back. Dallas returns in Big D.
I think he is.
Oh, is it official? Okay.
And doesn't our linebacker, the new linebacker,
Shaq Leonard. Yep.
Doesn't he start? So
he could very well.
Because we've got some linebacker issues.
What about that? You know, they do the thing on Fox News. Dana Perino reads sports.
Yeah.
We're going to do Dawn reads sports. Dawn knows more about the Eagles injury report than I do.
No, well, because I have a kid who plays football. That's my only point of reference is relating to.
Okay.
And he actually, my kid is a linebacker. You know what I mean? So there's that.
All right. Very good. Coming up next in studio, Mark O'Connor and Stephanie Mack from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And they will be telling us about a great cause and a great party coming up next Friday. And we continue back after this. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Christmas in Cape May is even better with Rich Zioli.
It will be a Christmas miracle when you join the Zioli Show live in Cape May on December 15th.
Ho, ho, ho! Are you ready? Join Rich Zioli live from the Grand Hotel in Cape May next Friday, December 15th. The Grand Hotel is at 1045 Beach Ave in Cape May. Friday, December 15th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
Why should the Federal Reserve have so much power over your IRA or 401k? Whether they create a new bubble with low interest rates or pump the last bubble with high interest rates, a group of unelected government officials has no business deciding your future. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is just one more reason why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Because precious metals are the best way to maintain your financial independence. And now you can hold gold inside of a tax-advantaged account. To learn more, text the word HEDGE to 989898. And my friends at Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold IRA company I trust, so text HEDGE to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Bob's Little Sports Shop on Delsey Drive in Glassboro is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and a classroom area. If you're a New Jersey concealed carry permit holder, you must recertify by December 31st, 2023 due to changes from the New Jersey State Police. If you qualified at Bob's originally, let them help you now with the new change in recertifying before the end of the year. Black Friday specials at Bob's Little Sports Shop include 15% off all hunting supplies, select discount on ammunition. Winchester shotguns are $25 off tag price. Visit Bob's Facebook page and website. Call 856-881-7575 or go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. And remember, if you're a New Jersey concealed carry permit holder, you must recertify by December 31st due to changes from the New Jersey State Police. Let Bob's Little Sports Shop help you with the new change in recertifying before the end of the year. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly, with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right, with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
People say I'm crazy, doing what I'm doing. Well, they give me all kinds of warnings to save me from ruin.
Kayal and Company, welcome back in. 9:35 Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg with you, joined in studio now. And we haven't seen these two individuals for a while, but good to have Mark O'Connor and Stephanie Mack back with us on behalf of Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And by the way, they brought some beautiful, beautiful swag for the Bend to the Shore bike tour.
Wow.
If you're watching on YouTube,
yeah,
this is a nice black and red.
Look at that. I think that's blue.
Is that blue?
Stephanie.
Sorry,
I love it.
Yeah, you know what? It is blue. It is blue. The lighting in here. I bring
colorblind.
Yes, I am. So this is
stage lighting. Sorry.
Look how beautiful this is. Got the American flag on the sleeve. And this is heavy too. This is good for the winter.
He's colorblind.
Colorblind, stupid, the whole
Stop.
But thank you very much for the apparel, and it's great to see you guys. And you know, had so much fun doing the bike ride. It was such a it was great for many in many regards and many respects. But at the end of the day, what you're doing is fun. It was fun to do all the fun games and the build up, the training. Greg and Dawn mocking me, finish, but like ultimately you never lose sight of what it's really about, and it's about people like you guys that come togetger for great causes. Police officers falling in the line of battle, always a thing for me. I know we're going to talk about what we have coming up next Friday with Christopher Fitzgerald, the slain officer from Temple University. But just generally speaking, how rewarding is it when you are the head of something, or you have come on in the last roughly year and a half or so? Just talk about what it means to do something for a profession that is a thankless profession in many regards.
So obviously I said it in July. Writing them was probably the easiest thing to do. It's just a sliver of what they've done for me, and the rest of everyone else who has lost a fallen officer. But we get a family, and you stick up, whether it's other widows or other people in blue or red and anything like that. And the ride itself was. I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I actually did it. And I trained, and I was like, there's no way I'm doing this. And I remember the last was it 9 miles?
Yeah.
Remember that?
You see the casinos? Boy, I'm almost there. No, you're not.
And you're like, there's the wind, and you're not making it.
But there's a camaraderie to this. Like when we gathered at the end, we got to the tents, and Wawa was there to do that. I was just looking for ice cold water.
I was
like, I'll hold off on the salami and the cold cuts right now. Just rehydrate. But everybody's sitting together in the tent for one common cause. It's like, wow, there's a lot of people in the same boat.
Yeah, and PSP and I, we all crossed at the same time, and it was one of Marty's sergeants rode next to me the entire time, and I was like, you did not sign up for this. And he was like, no, I didn't, but your family, you protect your own. And I think that's where families solidifies what we do and what they do and how they keep us all bonded together. So it's nice to know.
It is. So we have the fourth annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party. It's coming up next Friday, December the 15th. Mark, if you could, tell our audience a little bit about this, and obviously some of those that will be remembered and some of the benefits of this.
The funds from this event will go to the Chan family and the Fitzgerald family, the Temple officer that was killed in the line of duty earlier this year. And Andy Chan was a highway patrolman that was hit riding his motorcycle to work in 2019. He has traumatic brain injury.
So there's a constant need for support, financial support there, as well as the emotional support. But we also ask all of the family members, anybody we've ever connected with, to come out that night, and many do. So it becomes a very cathartic event for all of these family members to get together, and they really like each other, and it's really neat for me, Nick, to see these folks together, and they are heroes to me. They're inspirations to me. What they have gone through, and I think. Generally, the Delaware Valley community agrees with me, and that's we're so lucky to have this constituency of people that support what we do with both the ride and hopefully they'll come out next Friday night for the Andy Chan event.
Yeah, and this obviously stands out as a Temple alum myself, and doing what we do here on this show 20 hours a week. I mean, Dawn mentioned it countless times in her news. We had it as a conversation piece. What happened to Christopher Fitzgerald? Just tragic. I mean, just beyond words, so what that family has had to deal with in the last handful of months is just, hard to wrap your head around. With this coming up, because it is a block party, you're going to have multiple locations. So let me fill everybody in on some of these details. This is going to take place next Friday, December 15th from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. on 2nd Street, right there in between Market and Chestnut. And the multiple locations that you need to know about, you have Brownie's Irish Pub, Nick's Bar and Grill, Bootleggers, Rotten Ralph's, and we've given away gift cards to Rotten Ralph's on our Morning Mystery Movie clip, and a handful of other locations as well. So this is going to be, let's hope for the weather to be great, because you're going to have people probably going from location to location, and you got about a 5-hour window where you have a nice block party and ultimately not losing sight of what this 4th annual event is really all about.
We had about 1,000 people, estimates were,
really?
Last year. Wow. Yeah, so it's really a block party.
Yeah.
And we ask people to make a donation at either Market Street or Chestnut when they enter 2nd Street there, $20 donation. We have raffles. We have some live auctions. Tang will speak a little bit. Marissa Fitzgerald will be there with her children. Her mom and dad are flying in. Maureen Faulkner's flying in from California for the event. And so we're hoping to raise a lot of money to give to these families.
50,000 last year.
50,000 last year. Our goal this year is $100,000.
Oh, you could do that. Absolutely. Let's get. Should we give out the website right now?
That would be great.
All right.
It's fbbcf.org.
Okay. fbbcf.org/event/AndyChan23.
Yeah, and they can go right on there and make a donation. They can buy a ticket. We still have a few shirts left if they wanted to, but we really could use some donations to get to that goal to take care of these families.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use the domain name GregStalkerSucks.com since it was such a since it was such a hit last time.
And you still do.
Kevin, if you're listening, please redirect that site onto for this charity. GregStalkerSucks.com. Hopefully it'll be up there soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes,
that'd be wonderful.
Stephanie and Mark, great to see you guys again.
Good to see you.
All right, we'll get this going. And next Friday, folks, Friday, December the 15th, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. on 2nd Street, right there in between Market and Chestnut Streets.
Yeah, and I'm going to go to this. I hope many of you come out for this. So it'll be a kind of a WPHT reunion too that we can get together before the holidays.
Wow, yes.
So Larry will be there. We're definitely going to come out, and you think about this time of year, and I know that a lot of times people are like, Dawn, there's so much bad news, there's so much divisiveness. What's good? And you want to be part of a solution. And so I would just say come out to this, or just go to the website and donate and you're part of the solution.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephanie, I'm going to have Stephanie and Mark, and also we're going to have Alex Schaefer, Temple Police. We're going to continue the conversation on the other side for the 10 a.m. for the Dawn Show. We're just a continuation, live and local here, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We were back on the Zioli Show talking about Andy back when that broke. And, we had a different commissioner, different time. You think about what this family has been through. Stephanie, what you've been through. I want to ask Stephanie this because the holiday season, when you've gone through what you've gone through, and I know that, families backing the badge, it's incredible, but it's an organization that you actually never want to be on the receiving end of, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about what it means to you, especially this time of year. And I know we have so many people listening right now, what these donations mean to, the Chan family, so many different families that remain nameless in the headlines.
So I know we talk about it back in July, and Mark mentioned it now. Meeting Tang and Andy, my first time was Easter, like right after Marty was killed, at one of the breakfasts, and me trying to keep a lower profile. I didn't want to go up to anybody, wanted to be on my own. But then when I met Mark and the rest of the organization, that was, I want to say, it was the Marine Corps League event.
Yeah.
That's where I met Tang, and obviously the friendship started slowly. Still wanted to remain as under the radar as possible, but the family just doesn't leave. Like, it doesn't matter if you push away. It doesn't matter if you open them with welcome arms right off the bat. Friendships, and there's always that understanding of what immense responsibility it is to be in law enforcement and to be the family or the next of kin. So here we are, we're owning more so than ever the names of those that have fallen, and that's what the block party is going to do too. It just intensifies the entire responsibility of us as family members for the parties.
All right, there you go. So don't forget, next Friday, December 15th, it's the 4th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party. Obviously, the event to raise money for the families of critically injured Philadelphia Highway Patrol Officer Andy Chan and fallen Temple University Police Sergeant Officer Christopher Fitzgerald. And if you want to donate, fbbcf.org. Or in a matter of, I would imagine, minutes or hours, GregStalkerSucks.com will redirect you to that as well.
Yeah, I'm going to put it up there, or I'm going to try and put it up there right now. We actually, what's funny? We actually don't own the domain name. A listener owns it, so I have to make sure that the listener can put it up there and is listening, and we'll put it up there. But, the Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, fbbcf.org right now. Go there and donate. It's a great cause.
Yes.
I love you guys so much.
Mark and Stephanie, thank you so much for stopping in for the apparel, and I'll start the bike training in February.
That's great.
When is the date?
Yeah. What's the date on that?
The bike ride.
July 21st.
July 21st.
July 21st.
Sunday, July 21st.
I'll start training in mid-June.
Well, Mark, I don't know if you remember, but I kind of put my foot in my mouth and I said I would do the ride.
Yeah,
this
he's
year,
coming this year.
So.
Stalker's in.
Yeah.
Well, now you just mentioned it. Now you have 7 months. So
my back, it's like
this disc in
lower
back.
back issues and stuff like that.
I already forecast out having a sinus infection. Is that what you're going to say next?
These damn allergies. All right, thank you very much, Mark and Stephanie. Great to see you guys again.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yes, you too. Have a great weekend. We'll be back to wrap up Kayal and Company after this.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz of Investor Schooling.
I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Discover the luxury of the Mercedes-Benz lineup, including the mid-size GLC SUV and the fully electric EQ models. Test drive today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and now Atlantic City. Yes, Piazza Premium Automobiles. Thank you, Piazza Premium Automobiles, for sponsoring Nick Kayal's Families Back the Badge segment.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Christmas is a time to say I love you. Share the joys and laughter and the tears. Christmas is a time to say I love you. And I feel that it'll last all through the year.
Kayal and Company, 9:51 Friday morning, winding things down as we get ready for another weekend. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 8 or 9 minutes. We'll also find out who won social media today, but we do have a little bit of audio to get to. Better late than never.
Way late, but
Way
it's all
late,
good.
but
It's all
it's time for a Friday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. I've been sitting on this all week, and we only have time to get to one, but I've been sitting on this all week. Al Gore, vice president, Al Gore, says that social media algorithms are like AR-15s.
Oh, they kill people.
Apparently, this is frightening stuff.
This is worse than climate change.
We're gonna, the new war on social media algorithms. By a bunch of people who don't know what the hell social media algorithms are, they just hear the buzzword. Cut 8, guys, go.
If you have social media that is dominated by algorithms that pull people down these rabbit holes that are a bit like pitcher plants, these algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum. But when people are pulled down these rabbit holes, you know what's at the bottom of the rabbit hole? That's where the echo chamber is. And if you spend too much time in the echo chamber, what's weaponized is another form of AI, not artificial intelligence, artificial insanity. I'm serious. I'm serious. QAnon is just the best known version of artificial insanity. And these devices are the enemies of self-government, and they're the enemies of democracy. We need reforms for both democracy and capitalism. Both sets of reforms are possible.
So Al Gore will be coming to Parks Comedy Night very shortly. Get ready for him. He'll lead off for Zioli. No, I mean, look, there are algorithms for sure, and some of them are certainly rigged. I mean, I think I experience it probably every day because the two things that I see the most on social media when I pull into my Twitter account is I see political viewpoints that are usually conservative, and I see sports stuff and sports betting stuff. Like they know the type of content that I look for. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think what the dangerous element of algorithms with social media is when they rig it so that you certainly will only see one set of political views.
Yep.
And I would take it beyond just social media. Like the Google search results, it is very difficult to look for certain things. You can find plenty of left-leaning stuff on a Google search. Try looking up like Republican candidates, and sometimes around election season, a lot of that stuff gets suppressed, and you got to go to like page 5 and page 6 of your search results. So I think that's the dangerous part of it.
There you go.
All right, Al Gore. How about that? You were sitting on that all week.
I was.
You're probably a little sore now. I'm kidding. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Just 6 minutes out.
Yeah, so upcoming, obviously, we'll continue the conversation with Mark and Stephanie and then bring in Alex Schaefer, Temple University Police, and we'll talk about the great events and in the context of the defund the police movement and what that has done, really shattering families, not just affecting all of us. So we'll get into that conversation as well. So many updates on the UPenn campus this morning, and we're still on Liz watch.
McGill watch.
Yeah.
Down with McGill.
So we started out with your great big take this morning. We continue to watch this. Will she resign? Will they fire her? We're told there are other emergency meetings happening on this Ivy League campus right here in Philadelphia, making national headlines. That's going on. And then we continue with the law enforcement theme in the 11 a.m. hour with my friend Betsy Brantner-Smith of the National Police Association. But there's so much on tap. And we're also covering the story of this teen girl in Montgomery County. Why is this story being swept underneath the carpet, and parents and families are furious over this? So is there legal action looming? We got it all covered.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour as we wrap it up a Friday with Greg Stocker and Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Standing up, Nick.
I got to go record spots.
I got you.
And we're recording commercials.
He's got his jacket on.
It's unbelievable. No, he does have to record some things for us. Road Warrior wins Twitter, all because he's a Gen X like myself, and he has Andrea Zuckerman from Beverly Hills 90210 as his GIF. Vivek is that dude that we all hated in high school. I do agree with that. With the Andrea Zuckerman raising her hand. Anybody watching 90210 knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Who won?
YouTube, I'm going to give it to Santo. He says, what's worse, a Christmas tree shortage or the fact that there is a National Christmas Tree Association? I agree with that. I agree with that. Santo, who's listening to us 50,000 feet in the air.
I don't know how he's doing that.
I don't know how he is either.
It's great work.
God bless him.
There you go. All right, that'll do it for us on a Friday. Have a great rest of your day, a great weekend. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. And as my favorite Ohio bus driver would say,
sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done.